Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. May I please have your attention? Okay, thank you. Well, this is already the third day of our international conference on quality of care and law. We're very happy that you have joined us for these 3 last days. Today, we're going to continue to speak a little bit more about biotech. So we're very happy to have our speakers with us today. Again, I will just like to invite you to join our conversations and continue asking questions after the speeches so that we can have a very interactive meeting. And now I will pass the microphone to Małgorzata Halupowski, who will present the program of today and also maybe tell us some words. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Magda. Thank you everyone for being here again. The third day. I hope this day will be successful and very interesting for all of us. We have a very good program, as we had this program also 2 days in a row. First of all, I would like to announce our day 3 keynote speaker, Professor Krzysztof Pyrć from the Jagiellonian University, who will be talking about pandemic from the Polish perspective. Then we'll have 2 panels focusing on biotech. The first panel will be about the intersection of biotechnology and clinical practice in the time of pandemic. It will be moderated by Professor Houtin from the University of Aix-Marseille, and will be hosting very good and interesting speakers. Dr. Karolina Maria Nowak, representing Medical University in Warsaw, and Dr. Dariusz Śliwa, representing Lumix Incorporated, which is a Dutch company active in biotech and having its branch in Massachusetts. After the first biotech panel, we'll have a lunch break. And after the lunch break, we'll have a very interesting presentation by our 2 speakers who will be connecting from Florida, from the United States, online. And Dr. Dariusz Śliwa will be moderating and anchoring this team. Then we'll have panel which traditionally is included in our program, which is about legal and bioethical challenges, this time in the time of pandemic. This panel will be anchored and moderated by Professor Jakub Pawlikowski from the Medical University in Lublin. And again, we'll have 2 speakers connecting from abroad and remotely. We'll have Dr. Paulo Messetti, who is representing the University of Sao Paulo in Brazil, and Dr. David Ford, who is representing Loyola University, University of Michigan, and as well as CDC, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, a quarantine station in Boston, Massachusetts. And finally, we'll have 2 more panels. Panel 9 will be about emerging technologies in the business and science in the time of pandemic. And here we'll learn about blockchain and other new, novel and interesting aspects of managing data, not only in business, but also in healthcare, and specifically as it pertains to patient records. Finally, again, we'll have the last panel of the day will have an artistic flavor, and we'll be talking about music therapy and role of music in dealing with trauma, in dealing with sickness, illness. And here we'll have Joanna Borrow, who is a music therapist at the Boston Children's Hospital, teaching hospital with Harvard Medical School. And I hope that everybody will be very happy during these panels, that we'll have a very interactive discussion and will form new, lasting scientific professional friendships. Thank you very much. Professor Perch.
Okay, I think it should work. It should work now. I'll allow myself to take the mask off. Okay. So first of all, one more time, thank you so much for inviting me here. It's funny to have two presentations during one conference. Actually, never had it. And it's quite difficult to think how to split that, especially that the topics are pretty similar. On Monday, together with Professor Duszyński, we were talking about the pandemic from the Polish perspective, but we tried to focus more on our team, interdisciplinary team, who was trying to address the perspective of Poland and was trying to comment on the current events and the problems that we face during the everyday life that are associated with the pandemic. I was talking more about research and problems with research that we faced during the pandemic phase. And today I will try to tell a bit more about what happened. What happened in Poland in the last year, what happens in Poland today, and what may happen in the future. I don't have all the answers, but I will try to go with you step by step through the story of pandemic in Poland, and a very good beginning and not so good end. If you can, I do have the, okay. So I have slides, but they will be mostly, the background. They are not that important. I would like to start with the beginning. Everybody knows now what are coronaviruses. These are large RNA viruses that cause common cold in humans. Large RNA viruses that cause very, very severe disease in animals. A variety of diseases in animals that's not that well known these days, even though COVID is famous, that coronaviruses were for years considered to be an economic problem, but not a medical problem. Diseases like porcine epidemic diarrhea virus was causing extreme losses in the US and in China, causing the farmers to kill thousands and hundreds of thousands of pigs. If somebody is a pet lover, also probably heard about FIPV, which is a feline coronavirus causing 100% fatal feline infectious peritonitis virus. Feline infectious peritonitis. And with this great variety of viruses, we actually entered 2020, not really aware that what we know from animals will actually happen now in humans. However, we had few warnings. We had SARS in 2002, we had MERS in 2012, but even though we as scientists working on the subject were really thrilled by this and really were trying to find some solutions, the wide public was generally ignoring the threat and was generally thinking about coronavirus as some exotic something that is only interesting to scientists and the pig farmers. So we entered this year with a lot of projects on coronaviruses. I mean, last year with a lot of projects on coronaviruses, aiming to find drugs against coronaviruses, aiming to understand the infectious process caused by coronaviruses. And then we let's keep it on this slide. And actually the beginning of the 2020 was still a surprise to us. I actually spent a lot of time in China end of 2019 and then also in Asia, and I came back, I think 10th of January 2020, already knowing that something is going on. Rumors about new human coronavirus spread pretty rapidly as end of December 2019, China CDC reported that there were some unexplained pulmonary infections and unexplained deaths. So I came back to Poland trying to find out what it is, because I knew the story of new coronavirus emerging in humans already. I participated in that twice. So I started to contact people in China, people in Western Europe, trying to find out what it is and whether it's possible to get actually the virus. Because I told you already on Monday that we are able to work with SARS, with MERS. So I was already beginning of January, I started to make efforts to import the virus in Poland. It was not really open because it doesn't really sound good. I want to import SARS to Poland, but that's how it was. It appeared very, very difficult. It appeared that this cross-national collaboration networks were not that effective because the availability of the infectious material was pretty low. China refused to send anything to Europe, so this route was closed. And actually, only when the epidemic burst out in Germany, it was possible for me to get some of the infectious material from the Munich isolates via Berlin Charité and Professor Drosten team, and we started the research. It's funny to recall how it started in Poland from the perspective of discussions that we had. January, I mean, I knew it's serious. I faced it already twice, but I was also not really convinced that this will stop the world. I was more into like, okay, we knew that the new coronavirus will come, but expecting something like SARS-CoV-1. So there would be a panic and there would be a lot of research, but not really a problem to the world. The response from the other scientists working together with me was even more moderate. They started to laugh at me, that saying, "Oh, okay, it's just another coronavirus. You know that it will not spread through the world. We faced it before." And actually, I was not really also convinced that this would be a threat until the beginning of February, when I started to talk with my friends in China and friends who had contact with China. And then actually, beginning of February, I started to realize that we have a serious problem. We have a serious problem, and we have to address it. I had this terrible weekend when I realized I realized that we are about to start the pandemic. And then I got pretty scared and depressed, and everybody was looking at me because that was the time we had no single case in Poland. And then also in Europe, there was not really a problem. Everybody was looking at me like, okay, seriously, just get real. And then actually we started to switch our research into SARS-CoV-2. We had a lot of projects on coronaviruses and also on flaviviruses. We generally focus on emerging viruses, so pathogens that can burst into human population and may cause pandemic or a threat at least. So we are focusing on flaviviruses like West Nile virus. It's not that popular in Poland, but I think here it's more known on Zika virus that caused the pandemic, but not in our actually climate zone some years ago, and also not alpha viruses. So pretty exotic viruses, not everybody heard even about, but that in our opinion may become a threat in coming years. So we actually had to drop all these projects. We redirected the full force of our team, of my team, to understand what is going on, to get the virus, to start the research, to test our drugs on the virus, and actually I think we did pretty good. We split our research into 4 pillars actually. First, it was understand the virus infection. Second, develop the diagnostics and also do the diagnostics. Third, understand the pandemic, so understand the evolution of the virus. And fourth, to develop drugs. At some point, we even we're a scientific institution, we are not diagnostic unit, but because the sanitary inspection didn't have the laboratories, at some point we took over the diagnostics for the Małopolska region. That's one of the województws in Poland. And we actually supported also from this very basic side the society. But we also went into scientific development and development of scientific tools. We currently have 3 compounds that is a bit late for this pandemic, but that's how it goes. The whole world is doing the same and it's taking a lot of time. We have 3 compounds that are currently hopefully entering the clinical trial stage. We cannot say if they will work or not, of course, obviously, before it goes to the clinic, but let's hope we will manage to test them at least. One of them we developed together with the UK company Nanomerics and Pharma from the US. And then the second one we developed ourselves, and the 4th together with the Helmholtz Institute in Germany, 2 entry inhibitors, 1 protease inhibitor. So we are still continuing these efforts to deliver something, if not for this pandemic, then for the other pandemics that will for sure come at some point. But then let's focus on what really happened then. I told you what happened here, more or less. I don't know how to switch on the laser. Is it possible? Here? No, doesn't matter. Don't worry. I told you what happened January, February, because that was actually in our minds only. We had no case in Poland. The great the stories from China started to circulate in the internet. Everybody started to get scared, but there was no problem at all. Not single case. The biggest problem was that even before we had pandemic, we started to fear the pandemic, and then we started to have common problems as supply problems, which was not really a problem with the supplies because, as I said, we didn't have a problem, but these were problems with the thing that people got scared, started to overbuy things, and then it was like the beginning of the year started to become the time of the fear. We had our first case, or at least the first case we detected was beginning of March. I think it was 4th of March. 2020, it was in a person who traveled from Germany to Poland, and the person was diagnosed with the respiratory disease, and actually the results showed that this is a SARS-CoV-2. We actually got this first sample, we got the virus from that, we still have it, actually we now work on this first sample from the case 0 in Poland, but there was a signal that it's also starting in our country. We already knew the stories from Italy at this time. We knew the problems in France. We're also starting with Spain. And this was a signal actually to start the first lockdown in Poland. Actually, it was, it's funny to look at this graph now, because if you look here, the first season, which was so terrible in France, in Italy, in Spain, in some other countries, this is the holiday 2020, there was almost nothing. We had very little number of cases. And this is mostly because the lockdown, or I don't like to call it lockdown, but the mobility limitations and stay-at-home orders were given very early, and we had only 3 cases. And further research showed that actually that's the best strategy. If you start a lockdown very early to tame the beginning of the wave, you end up with very little numbers. And even though we were not prepared to face the work needed to test for the virus, we didn't have the infrastructure. We didn't have actually trained personnel for the test and trace approach. This was in some way created very early during the pandemic, and then all the cases that were emerging were traced by SANEPI, that's our sanitary inspection in Poland. And actually the first season was mostly about fearing the virus, not about facing the pandemic. Of course, there were good sides and bad sides. The good part is that we managed to overcome the first wave. There was no first wave. The bad part was, first of all, that the lockdown that was introduced was sometimes not really reasonable. Everybody's now laughing in Poland about limitations like we were not allowed to go into the forests. I mean, nobody understood that. And actually, I think it was mostly introduced because nobody knew what to do. So everything was limited at some point. And also the access to the medical services was very limited. So we didn't have patients because of SARS-CoV-2 beginning of the year, 2020. But we also didn't have patients, the standard patients, because the standard healthcare facilities were closed or almost closed. The doctors were also afraid, so they were not actually admitting patients. And that was a very, very bad thing. Very bad thing that also influenced the next season of the pandemic, so the autumn 2020 and spring 2021, because people did see the problem. So we have no SARS and we have no healthcare service and we cannot go to repair our teeth because it's closed. And then why is that? This actually gave was a source of a lot of problems in the next season. Another problem is that we managed with the first wave so well, also with the tracking, with the quarantine, with the isolations, with so little cases that people started to ask themselves, is there really a problem? If there is no SARS, I don't know anybody who was sick because there were only a few people sick in the whole country. Why they are testing us, why they are putting us at home, and why everything is closed down. So after this first being afraid phase, the second phase came when, after all these lockdowns, suddenly, beginning of May, the whole country was reopened. I don't want to speak here about the reasons for that. They were mostly not related to science, but the whole country was reopened beginning of May. And everybody was afraid from the science point of view. We were already then functioning together with Professor Duszyński since the end of March, I think. That was the time when we started this ministerial team for the Ministry of Science and Higher Education. And we were discussing it on the team that this potentially may be a disaster, that we need there is a delay between the opening and the wave, and that we most likely will experience the problem with the virus, but it never happened. It appeared that SARS-CoV-2 behaved similarly to what we know for other coronaviruses, that while this virus is not seasonal, we know that it can transmit in warm countries. We know it can transmit during the summer. In the summer, the transmission is limited. There was recently a paper showing that there is, I think, 40% reduction in the infectivity of the virus during the summer months. And also we become seasonal. We spend more time outside, we spend more time in well-ventilated areas, so the transmission is going down. So in May, when everything opened, the problem not emerged. We had pretty calm summer holidays, and there were opinions, different opinions on why this happens. Of course, the obvious thing was the summer and the limited number of cases to start with. But some people also from different fields, from the medical field, from scientific field, from the political field, started to talk about the virus getting milder, maybe evolving in that way, or that we all went through that because it's not that dangerous, or because we are some way genetically predisposed not to get sick due to COVID. So there were a lot of stories like this during the summertime, and then we entered September, October. Children went to school, everybody went to work, and then obviously the cases started to amplify. Actually, they started to amplify already in August, but the numbers were then pretty low. But that were the first warning signals that it's about to happen. And then September, the cases started to rapidly rise. If you look here, this is the September 30th, September 11th, this was the increase, and then we went into October, and the steep increase in number of cases started. And because we believed so much as a society that there was no problem, that we managed so well, and because beginning of September, unfortunately in Poland, the testing strategy was changed. It was changed into, we don't test everybody because it's useless, we have mostly negative results. We test only symptomatic patients if they have symptoms really showing that it's SARS-CoV-2. And that, in my opinion, was not the best idea and not the best decision, because what happened, the true number of cases was not monitored at this time. Only some patients, limited number of patients were actually targeted for the PCR testing. And then we didn't realize what is about to happen. The peak came in November when we had something like 30,000 cases, almost 30,000 cases. That is the first peak here. We reached almost 1,000 deaths daily at some point. And that was the time when actually the red alert button was hit. The red alert button was hit, and then the restriction started. We had, I think, mid-November we started the restrictions, and we managed to put down the number of cases by the end of the year. At this point, another political controversial decision was made to partially diminish further diminish the number of cases. Starting from 28th of December to half January, the whole country was put back into not the lockdown. I hate this name, lockdown. Lockdown was in China, maybe in some other countries, when you really had to stay at home, one person going to the shop. It was not really a lockdown, it was limited mobility time. And beautifully, the number of cases started to fall, but people started to feel frustrated because everybody did see that the number of cases going down. And then suddenly there is a directive. You can go with your holiday, for holidays with your children. Oh yeah, wait, but you cannot travel. You cannot go to the hotels. You cannot spend your winter holidays anywhere but at home locked, and school remained closed. So people started to get angry, and I will talk about the noise later on and the miscommunications later on. But people started to get angry and started to deny. The problem started to stop wearing masks, started to deny there is any reason to limit ourselves. But actually, this was also the time when vaccination started. Vaccination started as the end of December. They were approved. The first vaccine was approved by the EMA, the European Medicine Agency. We more or less in Poland try to follow strictly the EMA advices, and we don't really try to go around. I think it's a good strategy not to decide about usage of vaccines, for instance, because of political reasons, but only focus on the hard data. Then February came, March came, and as the number of cases were pretty low, I'm saying pretty low, but they were still at about 5,000, some limitations were lifted. So the idea is about opening hotels, like 30% started, so people can go and rest a bit, that children, very young children, may go back to school. So some limitations were lifted. And unfortunately to Poland, this overlapped with the time when the Alpha variant is this UK variant, which is now renamed into the Greek letters from the naming. So the Alpha variant came. We already knew that it caused some problems in several countries, but we actually didn't know how to interpret that. If you would look here, January, February, my lab actually carried out the screening of teachers in Poland, and we found out that we have like 5%, about 5% in whole Poland, and these numbers were constant, they were not changing. We didn't see the increase. And suddenly, maybe due to the opening of the schools, because the children are a source of transmission, the situation changed. First in the North Poland, Warmińsko-Mazurskie, and some voivodeships on the east part of the northern Poland started to peak with the number of cases. We were doing the sequencing then, and we were checking which variant is circulating, and we noticed that within 1 or 2 weeks, from this 5% in some voivodeships, it went to 100%. It was really a spike, and then it spread through whole Poland. And we had the second wave. It was the third wave for the world. For us, you can see the second peak, which again put us into a disastrous situation when about 30,000 cases daily were reported, and we still maintain the system of non-tracking of the contacts and testing only the symptomatic ones. So we know this peak is much smaller than it was actually. So we went into the second or third lockdown, fully justified in my opinion, but unfortunately several thousands of people have died. And now this problem, I'm saying several thousands of people died. This is the second graph, it's a mortality curve. You can see that it's correlating very well with the number of cases. And then if you look at the official data, we have about 75,000 of deaths in Poland. Unfortunately, if you look on the excess mortality, this number is doubled. And then there was a lot of controversy about that, why we have so many excess deaths, why so many people died in Poland. And partially, of course, the answer to that is that the access to the medical services was limited already from the beginning of 2020. But if you look at this graph, this is the standard mortality in previous years, and this is mortality first end of 2020. This is this peak, the first peak, and the second peak is here. That's the spring wave associated with the alpha variant. So you can see that there is a very, very strict correlation between the number of deaths caused by COVID and the number of deaths of unknown origin. So the general conclusion is that most of these deaths was actually caused by COVID directly. There is now still a debate what will be the final outcome for Poland, because we are now, unfortunately, almost on top of the list if we're talking about excess deaths. One is asking what will be the outcome, and everybody is asking what will be the outcome of the pandemic itself, because we have to be aware that this closure of the medical services will also affect the cancer, the chronic disease patients, and we probably will see the mortality even more. At this point, right now, we are again in June, so we are again somewhat here. So we are hoping actually that this will not go into the third wave. However, we have our doubts. And then we are coming to vaccinations. I already started to say that between the year 2020 to 2021, the first vaccine was approved. Of course, that was the BioNTech-Pfizer vaccine, which was the first one to enter the market in EU. And this already started a lot of controversies. Unfortunately, these are new class of the vaccines. A lot of anti-vaxxers started to attack it instantly, but also a lot of people, scientists, which are not specialized in mRNA, in virology, infectious diseases, started to have their doubts and express these doubts, because we never had mRNA vaccine before, and I think that's common to all the countries, that a lot of controversies were raised that how it is possible that we have the vaccine within 1 year. And that's actually a very good question, because if I remember the beginning of the pandemic, I was myself saying, well, I don't believe that there will be something pretty soon. I think we have to wait at least 1 year before we get anything. That was absolute minimum for me, because the previous, the fastest route from the start of work to approval was like, I think, 4 years. And then we got this information that we have new vaccine, mRNA vaccine, that is approved after 1 year of research. So a lot of controversies arised. The mRNA vaccines were considered in the beginning to be the source of all evil. This changed when the vector vaccines came and AstraZeneca started to be distributed. There were some mistakes in communication made also. So AstraZeneca is, I think in most of the European countries, unfortunately, AstraZeneca is not preferred, because I think it's still a very good vaccine. So we faced the problem with controversies, a bit more at the end of this lecture. But the main thing we faced was the limited availability. We knew that we have a lot of cases already in the media, between the years. We knew that we have to wait for that. We knew that we cannot rely on vaccination as a strategy to mitigate the pandemic during the spring season. So the vaccination strategy had to be made. Also, I have to say that was based on the strategies that were developed by ECDC, by WHO. Poland decided to start vaccinations from the elderly, started vaccinations from people in high-risk groups, and I think it was a very good idea to start with 80 plus, and 70 plus, 60 plus, and so on. So if the next wave comes, these people will be protected. So even though the wave may rise, the actual effect on society will be diminished. And later on, of course, there was a lot of chaos. There also miscommunication between the governmental bodies and the society. Other groups were included. In the beginning of the year, everybody was fighting for the vaccine, but then it stopped. If you look at the absolute numbers of how many people in Poland are now vaccinated, you can see that we are not so bad. We are here, Poland, it's about 27%. I downloaded it yesterday from the ECDC. If you look at France, actually, here is France, it's 24%. So Turkey, we are even better. So one may say, okay, we're going good. However, if you look at vaccinations at different age groups, you can see one thing. Some countries, like Spain, Denmark, they have the risk groups vaccinated almost fully. What it means that they focus on the oldest people. They protected them almost completely, and now they are starting with the younger groups. It means that they may expect to maybe not have everybody vaccinated by the autumn or the Delta variant coming in the summer, but at least those who are at risk will be protected, and they may expect the increase in number of cases, but the decrease in number of deaths, in the decrease of the healthcare required to support the sick ones. Because the people from 50 years old and higher are the ones who actually require the help, require the ICU, require the support from the medical personnel. However, if you look at Poland, you can see that these age groups, this is 70 to 79, 80 plus, we're here about 55, 70%. And then if you go 50 to 70, you can see that it's about 30%. For France, actually, I looked it up. I didn't check it before because we were in France. It's also not so optimistic, I would say. Also here, this oldest others are not protected fully yet. But that's what worries me, because if we go this route and then we enter autumn, we are far from the herd immunity right now. And the virus will spread. That's kind of obvious. But we have the vulnerable ones. So actually, you may expect the fourth wave. That is why there is a huge campaign now to promote vaccinations, especially of the elder ones. I'm also involved in that. Unfortunately, that's also sometimes facing some hatred from the society. I got regular phone calls with threats that what they will do to me because I'm killing them by the vaccines. So it's kind of part of comedy, part of tragedy. But I think it's really important for Poland at least to focus now on these risk groups to protect them from the severe disease in autumn. And then what may happen is that what I hope will happen is that the pandemic will stop simply. Pandemic will stop if we protect the vulnerable ones. Pandemic will stop if we get, maybe herd immunity is a very bad term. It means something completely different. It's abused also by me. But we'll vaccinate sufficient number that we don't see the paralyzing effect on the world of the pandemic. And the thing that is now threatening actually almost everybody are the variants. So it's like for some time it was on all the headlines were variants from Nigeria, variants from India, variants, even we had variants from the single voivodeships. So the press, the media laughed the variant story, which is of course complete crap. But unfortunately we have some variants that are emerging that may make problems. I don't want to discuss the fate of the whole pandemic because that's not the time for that. But we know that we had a standard variant, let's say it this way, the Wuhan variant, and it was replaced with a huge wave in several countries by the Alpha variant, so the UK variant B117, and we know now the Delta variant, the Indian, so-called Indian variant, is now replacing the Alpha in UK. So we are now awaiting whether the new variants, variants of the virus with a bit twisted transmissibility, with a bit twisted shape of the proteins that allows them to avoid the immune responses, are able to cause the next wave and to actually diminish the effect of the vaccinations. So we are hoping this will not happen. We are hoping that this will be the end, but I think the only strategy to get to this point when we simply go back to work and simply go back to reality is to vaccinate and to protect the elderly. I'm seeing that I'm a bit over time. I will try to squeeze a bit, sorry for that. It's actually the last slide, so don't worry. So one more thing about Polish perspective. Communication and noise. I don't know how it is in France or in other countries, but we have a lot of stories about the pandemic, about fake testing, fake test results. We have now a story about vaccine killing people and causing the disease. So now people are actually, there is a movement, I think in the whole world, people who are afraid of the people who got vaccinated because they think that they transmit the vaccine. So we have a lot of problems with that. And that's something that is blocking this effort to stop the pandemic. We have a lot of noise about drugs. Probably that's also something that is normal, but I think every country has its own favorite drug, which has no medical scientific background to bring the global story about chloroquine to your memory. The drug that was approved for use in several countries, also in Europe, and then it appeared that it has no activity whatsoever, or I should say it's even harmful to the patients, and that was based on the artifact from the lab. In Poland, we have now a huge movement to use drugs that are not approved, not really tested for SARS, like amantadine used for some time ago against the influenza virus. But also we have a problem with the miscommunication by specialists. So unfortunately, that's what we see a lot, that scientists, medical doctors, and people who should stand up for science, for knowledge, mostly because of the misinformation, because of this movement, because of the lack of reliable information, they start to hesitate and they are refusing to, for instance, to vaccinate patients, or they are denying the reality, the threat itself. And then the last problem I would like to mention from the Polish perspective is the problem that I have been underlining during our first meeting on Monday, the monotheic approach. So we have advisory groups that are formed by only mathematicians, only medical doctors, only scientists. And in my opinion, that's a very big mistake because I'm participating in different groups like this. And each group thinks that they have the solution to all the problems. And usually that's not the case. They have only their perspective, and by mixing these perspectives, it's possible to actually get to the point when we say what is the best. And I'm not saying the best is always to limit the pandemic. I'm saying we have to talk about it. Otherwise, we get pandemic stories. And then I told you it's almost over. I was trying to tell you a few things, how it looked from the Polish perspective, how the pandemic looked in Poland. I was trying not to go into science, but to tell you the story. I hope you enjoyed it. If you would have any questions in scientific nature or non-scientific nature, you can find me by email or by social media. And with that, I would like to say thank you to you all, and especially thank you to the organizers who made this conference really excellent. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much for this comprehensive presentation. I am very proud to see the sequence of events here and also to see the actual history of the pandemic in Poland. And we're very pleased to have this first keynote on the first day from the French scientist, and on the second day we had a Polish scientist working in France. Now we have a Polish scientist working in Poland. So this is very helpful, and I also like very much your last comment and conclusion about the need for interprofessional collaboration, and this is exactly why we are here at this conference. This is our message from this meeting. Now, I would like to open the floor for questions from the audience. Yes, President Jankowski, please.
Thank you for this nice presentation. I would like to ask you what are this coronavirus which makes pandemic is different from other coronaviruses existed. The difference, what is the main difference? Is it the some elements to touch to receptor 82?
Mm-hmm. So actually I have a very controversial answer to you. There is not so much difference. If you look at other coronaviruses, they were all pandemic at some point. If you look at the youngest boy in the family, the OC43 virus, we can find this virus in humans, but also in dogs, in bovine. So this virus spreads pretty widely in different animals. That's the story we see for SARS-CoV-2 also. It's infecting mice even now, deers, cats. And it's speculated that the OC43 virus was responsible for the epidemic in the 19th century, because that's the molecular dating for the virus to enter the human population. And there are some reports about a very weird pandemic that caused people to lose their sense of taste and smell. So this is of course fully speculative. This is not a scientific fact. I'm just saying that in my opinion, pandemics do happen not when there is a virus which is special. Of course, it is special because it's causing a very severe disease in some patients, but in some patients it's causing mild disease, easing the transmission of the virus. So that's the first thing. Second, it's you're getting infectious before you show symptoms. So before you are symptomatic, you're very infectious. That's the most infectious period. So you're spreading the virus not knowing it. Third, you have a long incubation period. So before you get infected and then you become infectious after 3 to 12 days. So you can travel really the whole world, so transmit the virus without knowing it. So I think evolutionarily or epidemiologically, it's like the things that all the pandemic viruses must have. It's being easily transmitted, and it's able to cause severe disease only in some individuals, so it's not so easy to catch it as for SARS-CoV-1 or for Ebola, for instance. It was possible to limit it because the symptoms are undeniable, and you cannot confuse it really with the common cold, or you cannot go really asymptomatic. So, but if you ask about the molecular mechanism, of course there are some factors that makes it especially pathogenic, starting from the spike protein decorating the surface, which is, and the receptor usage. Only by the using of the ACE2 receptor, the virus is actually disrupting the angiotensin, renin-angiotensin pathway, which is responsible for the maintaining the homeostasis in the lung. So this by itself is actually breaking the homeostasis in the lung and damaging the lung. Second, the virus can infect, that's a very important thing. The SARS-CoV-2 is not only the respiratory virus. If you look at these common cold viruses, they infect only the cells in your lungs, or mostly cells in your lungs. For SARS-CoV-2, this virus can be found in the heart muscle, in the veins, in the, even in pancreas. So the virus can infect a number of different cells, and also it can infect actually the immune cells. It is an abortive infection, but because the virus is infecting several cell types, including the blood vessels, it may cause this overstimulation of the immune system, resulting in the cytokine storm at some point. So I think it's a combination of things, but the main thing is that other coronaviruses can also cause that. If you look at the OC43 virus that I have mentioned, the seasonal coronavirus, you get infected with it. I mean, everybody gets infected with the seasonal coronaviruses before we get to the age of 8. So we are all infected as small kids. And then the disease is a common cold, as for SARS-CoV-2. But if you look at the seasonal coronaviruses, every sources, and also our research shows, they are not dangerous unless the elderly are being infected, or people who are immunocompromised with some problems with the immune responses. And then they may result in the fatal disease. So I would say this is a normal thing that happened. This is surprising to us because we are not prepared for that because it stopped our world. But this virus is not different from the previous coronaviruses. And I would dare to say that let's hope that in 2 years it will be just another seasonal coronavirus, because it will not go away. And there's also answering the question, do we have to vaccinate every year? Well, if it becomes just another coronavirus, if the immunity that we developed after natural infection or after the vaccination is sufficient to maintain not the protection from the infection, but from the severe disease, then probably the virus will simply merge into the population. And in a few years, we'll not even know that we have SARS-CoV-2. Nobody will name it this way. Only the risk groups will have to be vaccinated. This is the same story as for the Spanish flu. It stayed with us since 1918 till the end of 50s of the previous century, and several other pandemics that simply merge into human population and simply stayed with us. So I would say it's not special, but we were naive beginning of 2020, and it caused the pandemic.
Do you think it's possible that vaccination against this coronavirus could also work against the common cold?
No. I would say it's not possible. The same question I got beginning of the previous year. Do you think the common cold may protect from SARS-CoV-2? Coronavirus is the highly diverse group of viruses. We think about viruses as a living organism. So you have two species, so it's like a dog and a cat, or even the different breeds of the dog. If you look at the difference between SARS-CoV-2 and SARS-CoV-1, the similarity is about 80%. I think it's higher than between humans, a bit lower than between human and mice. So the difference between very close cousins is already huge if you're talking about the genetic diversity and also immunogenic diversity in higher organisms. If you look on the whole group of coronaviruses, if you look on the groups, you have alpha, beta, delta, and gamma coronaviruses, the different clusters. Alpha, beta are the ones that are important to us. These are the viruses that infect mammals, infect humans. And then in this alpha, beta, you have subgenesis. And then SARS is so far from its closer relative, OC43 and HK1, these two are clustered together, that I would say the similarity is way too low to provide any protection either way. So I don't think there would be an actual protection between from the common cold, as the common cold did not protect us from the SARS-CoV-2. Yeah.
question there, Patrick?
Your presentation is really fantastic. Sorry, thank you for your presentation. It was fantastic and I really appreciated it. I just have a quick question. I know you already answered it in a bit when you were talking about how we just really don't know about Delta too much in terms of how effective our vaccine right now will be against Delta. It's too early to tell. I want to ask you, what is your opinion of when will be the good time to actually, or not good time, when do you think we'll know if it's going to be effective? Like how soon? Or what do you, if, like how long do you think it'll take to see if it'll be effective against Delta, our vaccines that we already have in the population? Is it just a matter of time that we'll just see? Or is it going to be like fairly soon that we can have some data to actually see in some studies that are going on with Delta? I don't know if it's just too soon.
So your question is like generally whether the vaccines that we have now will be effective against Delta virus and the other variants?
Of when we will be able to see.
Well, we are able to see that. Actually, there are already a few studies published right now. Mostly, they are not published as papers, but the Public Health England is actually publishing the data on that. And then now they report only for 2 vaccines for Comirnaty from BioNTech Pfizer and for AstraZeneca, that the full vaccination regimen, so 2 doses, is still effective. So the decrease from alpha to delta is minimal, it's few percent. And it is in terms of the hospitalization risk and also the risk of the infection and the disease. So they maintain the effectivity. However, for the single dose, this is not enough. So the virus is overcoming this single dose immunity, and the risk reduction is about 20–30% only for the first dose only, which is a stark difference to the original alpha variant. But the full regimen is effective. So I wouldn't be worried here. I'm worried here for Delta more for the convalescent patients, whether the immunity that they maintain after the natural infection will be sufficient to stop the virus. And this also is in terms of the beta and gamma viruses, so the South Africa and the Brazilian viruses, because they are much more effective in breaking down our immunity than the Delta virus. The Delta virus is mostly more transmissible, less breaking through the protection, and the beta and gamma are actually the ones to come because we know that they are able to breach the protection from the natural infection and for the vaccine. So we know now that all the vaccines we have are effective against the Delta virus. And the only question is when we will see, if we will manage before seeing the Zeta virus or something like that. But I'm actually pretty positive about the vaccine efficiency right now and for incoming year. So it's important to remember that coronaviruses are not influenza virus. They are less changing with the slower rate. They have the repair mechanisms. So I wouldn't expect to have this every half a year new vaccine story, especially that the vaccine from already 1.5 years is still effective against these variants. And then answering the second part, we already have Moderna testing in clinic already, the updated version against this P1, the one 351, so Brazilian and the South African variants vaccine version. So if this is breaching the protection, we probably will have some answers to that, some plan B, C, D, and E. But let's hope this will end up with the virus becoming simply a virus causing mild disease. So let's keep fingers crossed for that.
More question?
Yeah, thank you very much for this very interesting insight about the current situation. I was wondering if you know of studies on, because for instance in France, the large excess of mortality in Paris area was mainly due to cardiac arrests, people with cardiovascular disease and staying home because of hospital not able to accommodate everybody and people were afraid to go to hospital. So do you have any studies or insight about, because you said it can transmit to vein and cardiovascular system, and this is really a critical jump in the mortality because of cardiovascular disease and vaccine and virus.
So the studies that are now published, they show that I would dare to say majority of patients with severe disease do have cardiac problems afterwards. There was one study when they followed the patients with moderate and severe disease, and I think 78% got the heart inflammation, muscle inflammation after the COVID. So that's a very interesting questions that you posed, because you're asking about cardiovascular problems, and I'm looking on that the virus that is infecting so many different tissues will probably affect our lives, not only in this short term, causing the cardiac arrest in short term, but also causing potentially this long COVID, which will be maintained. I actually got really scared at some point. A friend of mine who is my age, I'm 41 now, so I'm not really a target for SARS-CoV-2, and she also was not supposed to be. She got COVID. She was, for like 3 months, she had the saturation rate of 85%, which is dramatic. And it was, she got sick in September, and now she has still neurological problems. So she cannot remember words, she cannot cope with her work and stuff like that. And she just found out, she went for the examination, that she has heart damage also from the COVID. So it's a very important question. I think it's a question for completely another story, another presentation, a very broad one. Why people were dying during the COVID times, because that is absolutely true, that people, this was the same in Poland, that people with normal cardiac arrest also didn't find their way to the hospital, that also they didn't get help, but also the virus itself was increasing the rate of this kind of problems. And if you look at the excess mortality, in Poland at least, you can see that it's correlating very closely with the COVID infections and deaths, and it's not correlating with the limited access to the healthcare system. So we were also discussing it broadly, why people were dying. Was it because the hospitals were closed and people were dying because they couldn't get help? Or was it because the SARS is simply, we don't detect all the SARS cases, and we don't detect also all the SARS deaths, because people are dying not only from the respiratory disease, but also from the cardiac arrest, and it's reported in a very different way. So it's a... Yeah, but I think it's a very, very important question, and it's a question that would require like 2 hours talking now, but it's a very good point, yes.
Thank you very much, Professor Perch. I am really proud and very happy that we had this presentation. I only wished we had this presentation a year ago and knew what we know right now. Especially, I'm very proud because you represent my alma mater, so it's additional satisfaction. We reached the time limit for this session. I invite you all to continue this conversation during breaks, and after the conference, of course, we'll stay in touch. And right now we'll have a short technical break, and we'll start our first panel of the day.
Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone. I am welcoming you to the first panel of the day. And this panel will focus on biotech. We are hosting very special guests today, representing 3 different countries, which is very good and very in compliance with our guidelines for our conference. So first of all, we'll ask Professor Christine Houtin to present on behalf of the University of Aix-Marseille. Then we'll be hearing from Dr. Karolina Maria Nowak from the Medical University in Warsaw. And finally, from Dr. Dariusz Śliwa, who is Polish scientist working in the United States with the Dutch company. Previously, he worked with a British company, so he is truly international in every sense of this word. Thank you very much. Professor Houtin, please.
Can you hear me? Okay, so can you put the slides, please? So thank you very much for a regular invitation to this series of workshop and panel. So I just want to mention this as a continuation also of previous preliminary discussion, especially with Darek or Marek, your other colleague, and my collaboration with the OECD in Science and Technology division, not the one we saw Monday, but the second division on technology and science. So I'm interested to see if the work started on value chain for pharmaceuticals could be applied to biotech, and especially development chain of biotech. So it's a question for research, and potentially you give me answer with your presentation. And is it potentially of use for new technology platforms, such as the one for COVID-19, especially mRNA? Next slide, please. So just a brief review. What is global value chain? There are all kinds of concepts used in economic literature: global production sharing, international fragmentation, multi-stage production. And I think all this is very relevant for the stage where we are with the vaccine manufacturing problem, because of a need to adjust to a huge global demand and the need for the supply chain to follow up and increase the number of manufacturing sites. So the notion of value chains and how to integrate on the global level with also the political use of potential COVID-19 kind of viruses, it's extremely timely. The global value chain was a concept added between Singapore and OECD, the think tank based in Paris. And they have, after ministerial statement, decided the creation of a special database, TIVA database, that I have used with the Science and Technology Help Department of OECD to trace all the input-output of different stages of ingredients and products used in the drug manufacturing, and we tried to understand what were the traded and exported in final demand or different stages for the national economies. So this can be a political tool too, because if you know at the end what is the added value of different countries and what is the share of the production in the final demand, you can understand where really is the key critical task that help with the production of the vaccines. Next slide, please. So the history of my research, where you can read afterwards, I mainly started all this with the diffusion of ICT, the fast mobile and digital world, which create a lot of problem for pricing, to understand where the pricing of this kind of product can be. So I studied the ICT diffusion in pharmaceutical sector and the life science sector. And I tried to see how it can change the economic evaluation of these healthcare services, mobile economics, change the value system. So you have to deal with the people who contain the flow of information and control the traffic of this information more than the content, while the lab and the research lab and the industry control the data at the origin, but then the data using a whole kind of new delivery system, which are in big part with big tech like Google, 23andMe, for instance, or other kind of tech companies. So the value system is in total change, and it means also for political stakeholders, big fight between the life science and IT big players. So it's important to look at the global value chain and how all these stakeholders are positioning in these areas. So I did also modeling of a biobank. We deal now with all this data from testing all the time, and also all the specimen from us, from our own data. So I think we'll have a chance to discuss that later. But the current topic of this panel is really quality instruments that may have to be developed, like yesterday we mentioned new analytical tool for this new technology platform, such as mRNA technologies. So that is an open research questions for collaboration, and also the economics of this genomic, because the traditional economic analysis of production function, cost functions doesn't work automatically for genomic firm and technology platforms. Next slide, please. So genomics is a very fast, scientifically driven field. I think the keynote today show how the variants create so much difficulty for the scientific community to follow on. So it constantly lead also, since we feel that we are in the gene world, coding, decoding, and at the end writing or de-writing us, which are humans, because the gene society, it's us, it's our data and it's us. So it raises potentially ethical issue. So I just did, next slide please, a brief summary of invitations I had from Harvard Law School, and I think I got this from main genomic technology history, to understand as a layperson in terms of biology where we are. So understand that all this came from this discovery and interprofessional collaboration between a biologist, Watson, and a physician, Crick. So biology and physics created this first real discovery of a model on DNA. Then there were the biochemist discoveries of how to recombine DNA, and it led to the production of protein. And then we enter, in the early 70s, the big world of biotech, which is mainly the world of the companies, platform, or we don't know exactly the boundary of that industry, DNA and RDNA, and the first regulation of the research guidelines. And then there was an important investment from US Department of Energy to look at the effect of nuclear bomb on mutation. So it created a big push for the research on genetics and the research agenda on mutation with the Human Genome Project, especially, as everybody knows. And in the early 90s, a second boost of research is the open source principle with the Bermuda principle, which opened all the research for the research communities. And then we probably know the fight between a private company, Celera, with, again, a biochemist, and White House and UK government with the public project on speeding up the knowledge about the human genome. Next slide, please. What is relevant for today is more what happened now, which is the next milestone of genomic research and technology. So you have first this knowledge accumulation on genetics led to a new stage of research, which is called genetic sequencing. And that interests now economists also, because I am, for instance, in disease predictive model, and we're interested to know if we can have genetic disease predicting model. It helps with incorporation of risk scores, especially polygenic risk scores. And then, of course, it means for doctors likelihood of genetic disease and identification of special risk profiling. And of course, for treatment, elimination of genetic mutations. Now, knowing the genetic sequencing, link again to a new milestone of research, which is not only sequencing the genes, but genetic editing to change DNA sequencing. So that's the protein technology. And the current stage, as far as I understand where we are now with all these viruses, is that now the viruses are also into cells and they lead to production of proteins. So it's not only the bad virus that we described previously, but normally virus is introduced into cell for production and modification of cell. Next slide. So what about coronavirus and COVID-19? So history of SARS-CoV-1, MERS show that production of viral protein and interferon production show also that a lot of anomalies of genetics are still unknown because many people die, and we described that maybe multi-comorbidity create a very bad effect of how to resist as an immune system. And there's tremendous cases of hyperinflammation, very brutal, especially in France and Britain. Next slide, please. So what are the type of strategies? I work for the commission at the government. So medicine, we talk about remdesivir, it doesn't seem so efficient. A lot of anti-inflammatory, chloroquine has been in the news a lot. Antibodies, injection of interferon, vaccines. And of course, everybody now look into vaccine. Next slide, please. This is from WHO, November 2020, giving the list. So as I'm in political economy, so I'm interested to know also where the production is controlled. So you can see that we have the big two power of the planet controlling most of the vaccine manufacturing, the Moderna and BioNTech, Pfizer in US for DNA and RNA vaccine. Viral vector, you have University of Oxford, so British, AstraZeneca also. Well, you know this, Johnson, Gamaleya in Russia, the military academy in China, and China control all the inactivated virus vaccines, and the recombinant protein Novavax is also a technology from US. So there are different types, in fact, of technology platform. But the case of genomic technology for RNA therapies. So RNA, we had a discussion with Derek about RNA a year ago, and I think he will mention possibly what could be the interest for research. It's a challenge for RNA therapies because RNA are versatile molecules between DNA and protein. And the use of RNA has the ability to provoke immune response, and that has been used for the mRNA vaccines. So, but the challenge is, because now we face the production of this kind of vaccines, particularly on a global scale. So the challenges are interested to discuss, even if we're not in the science of virology, because we want to understand what blocked the production or what endanger the quality. And if we can able to meet the demand with a supply adjustment. So RNA is a very versatile molecule. It means RNA is called transient, and so there is issue of stabilization for the drug. RNA structure is very large, so it means that there are special regulation needs, what we call HOS, as far as I understand, and the possibility for encapsulation of this structure allow better. This is a result of our conversation with Derek, so you have to control if you disagree. Next time. So what I see and where we were at our discussion for potential development of a survey instrument for quality control is for economic of genomic is that the problem of the development stage is that this variation and the versatile molecule create a lot of needs for additional studies. And when you think that there is economies of scale in scaling up development, in fact, it's a general problem of biotech, which may be also even more complex for this kind of technology platform. So we're not sure exactly where we're going in terms of economies of scale and diseconomies of scale, and it may increase dramatically the cost of development. Next slide. So the mRNA technology platform require a lot of control, as you could see, for stabilization or aggregation. And we had a discussion about, especially here, this is the chain, a description of the biotech development chain. And we had here the lead optimization and the development of candidate. And a lot of tool companies try to help and support the manufacturers by controlling the quality of the different stages of this lead development and the scale-up lab, which help with increasing the supply of this kind of mRNA production. So this is where we were discussing potential interest to have a survey instrument that could help possibly if there are a lot of tech transfer for manufacturing additional sites in different places of the world. Next. So I will conclude with highlighting potential research area for collaboration with academic and tool companies that are in that development stage of biotech value chain. And I give example of cost drivers. So lead time, so this stage of lead development increase because there's so many studies to do. And so reduce productivity of R&D, and reducing productivity of R&D means a lot of cost and higher investment needs. But on the other hand, automation allows to reduce this cost, and the more you automatize, the more you can increase productivity. So we're not sure which one help more in the increase or decrease. Now, additional ad hoc studies, because biologics are human products, so they request ad hoc studies all the time, increase enormously the cost of scale-up in biotech lab, especially for this kind of technology. And then we showed that this RNA is a versatile molecule, and cost variation increase with the complexity of how structure interaction between secondary, tertiary, quaternary structure will be required, what they call in the regulatory agency HOS measurement. So the HOS measurement and the measurement of all this interaction has to be stabilized and under control. Next slide. So on the quality side, since this is on quality of medicine, it may be an area for, I don't know if we need additional skills to collaborate with you probably, but I could identify critical quality areas, what you call quality attribute to reach safety and efficacy for regulators. And on the cost side, if the cost is too heavy, a small biotech company will not be able to face them, and they need to go up towards the big pharma to help them. So on example, on the interaction of protein, which criteria to use, aggregation, stability, maybe we may have an interprofessional collaboration for research and also collaboration between academic and tool companies. That open the floor to presenters of these two companies. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It was a perfect segue for us to learn how to create a perfect marriage between intellect and money. And so right now we'll get to hear the presentation from Dr. Karolina Maria Nowak from the Medical University in Warsaw. Karolina, thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm honored to be here. Thank you, organizer, for having me here. And just at the very beginning, I would like to introduce myself. I'm a pharmacist, currently working at the Medical University of Warsaw. But since I remember, I was always interested in commercialization of the research. So I was interested, and from the early beginning, I did a lot of courses. To know the whole process of drug development, not only from the basic or applied science, but also at the end, at the marketing stage. So I also finished the Canadian Executive MBA, which helped me to see the whole process from a little bit different perspective. And today I would like to emphasize three aspects of research and development, aspects of collaboration, and aspects of seeing the research in the real world. So I would like to mention about Polish scientist, which has a great impact in the area of pharmacy. So first, maybe not a lot of you knows that about Piotr Chomczyński. He isolated RNA in 1987, and it was the beginning of knowing RNA. And it was a very, very important point in the research of RNA, and it's this work till 2003. It was the most cited publication in the area of biology and biochemistry. The second example is binazin, is a medicinal product. It was synthesized by Professor Biniecki. He was also a dean of pharmacy department of my university. And the results of his work was seen on the market. It was drug to treat high blood pressure. The third example is the ester of acetylsalicylic acid, and it was synthesized by Professor Zofia Jerzmanowska, and it was from the beginning till the end. It was all the process. It was in Poland. And the last one, evratizolin, is still on the market in the form of ointment. It's for herpes infection. And these are just the examples of importance, how research can lead to real effects of in the pharmaceutical area. So I mentioned because right now we are living in a very specific time, and all the great things happen because of collaboration. And I want to, on my example, I want to mention about our joint program. It's in the area of COVID, but it has started in 2015 at the Stanford University, because we, the top 500 scientists from Poland, were chosen and were sent to the best university in the world. And I had the privilege to be among of them. And we, after that, we were thinking that, okay, so we learned a lot of things, and we want to share the knowledge with students, with our co-workers. So since then, we are organizing a workshop, design thinking workshop, and actually the head of the workshop at the beginning of 2020, actually in the middle of 2020, asked a few of us if we want to participate in project related to COVID. So, of course, we were very happy to be a part of. We are happy to be a part of it, and it's this project aims to develop a methodology of the analysis of spatio-temporal simulation of the development of COVID pandemic, and we are using 3 different models to kind of forecast and speculate and simulate the different scenarios of the pandemic situation. And it's our team is interdisciplinary, because most of them are mathematicians, are IT specialists, but we have also a topography specialist. So we joined together. We did brainstorming, and we end up with applying for the project. We got funds for the project, and so I want to emphasize how important is collaboration and know each other before, because it was the next step of previous collaboration. We know each other. We knew each other. We knew our skills, our knowledge, our competences. So this is the results of collaboration, the project within in this difficult pandemic time. And the last aspect I mentioned about the research, and but research without results, I cannot say that it's useless, but we need this. The pandemic situation shows us that we need the results. We need to use the results. We need to use the data. And right now, I am manager of 2 projects. One is in the phase of registration procedure, and one is at the beginning of clinical trials. So, and this also showed me that the input, but all of the elements are important. Not we have to look at the picture from all perspectives, and And thank you very much.
Can you hear me now? Okay. Thank you very much for the excellent introduction. Now we will get to this business of science. And Dr. Dariusz Śliwa is almost ready. Thank you very much. Please. Thank you very much, Dr. Śliwa, for showing us how important it is to understand the business of science, and that the business of science, the core of business of science is science. So we'll have some time for questions, but I wanted to make sure that we know that we are approaching the most time-sensitive point of our program, which is our lunch. So we have 5 to 7 minutes for questions. Please, Katrin.
Thank you for your presentation to both of you. It was wonderful. Well, okay. No coronavirus, hopefully. Thank you again. I have a question for you, Dadek. Well, first of all, wonderful explanation in lay terms. The entire presentation was a lot of fun, especially your description of cells. That was fantastic. My quick question to you is a little different from the biology. Is out of curiosity, how much does the single molecule technology cost? Because you said that Rockefeller bought the third one so far, but how much is it really?
I wanted to comment first to thank you very much, because I see the field is like a revolutionary field following the evolution of biology. Do you see already that such type of instrument can be useful as a variant for making sure that the pace of the virus mutation and into different variants might be addressed with the speed of what you show in the visualization of what's going on in the application, especially of in RNA. And more globally, because it's a biotech world, do you see that the key critical elements come from your tool instruments? It's more the medical device, or are you classifying medical device, or are you integrated in as a purchase of manufacturing of begin?
I would say, as we find a new technology, it's so complex, we try to get to the experts first. So
Thank you very much. And it was very interesting to see the newest innovations that are happening technically and logistically. Also, thank you very much, Dr. Novak and Dr. Uten, for showing us the historical perspective of the development of the ideas, and especially for emphasizing the Polish contributions, because this is something that we should promote all the time, and it was very important in your presentation, and also how it links to the current situation. Thank you so much. Do we have any other questions from the audience? Okay, if not, we are ready to conclude this panel. Thanks again, and join me please in thanking panel. Thank you.
Sure. No. Yeah. We start the panel 7, so as a continuation of this morning. So this morning with the intersection of biotech, clinical practice, we saw value chain in biotech and some technologies and issues of drug formulation. Now this afternoon, we embark in talking about emerging therapies. And this is again with Darek Sliva from Lumix. He can continue his presentation. And also two scientists, PhD in immunology, Alicia Kopik from University of Florida, and Roberto Igarashi from Chiadi's company. So it's this session will be mainly to show how drug or potential new therapies can also solve COVID-19 crisis. Darek, I introduce you.
I think they will hear you now.
Okay. Hello? Alicia, Robert, can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Okay, sounds like you do. Thank you. And I apologize for the technical issues. It only took 4 microphones to figure it out. So it is my great pleasure to introduce today's speakers, Alicia Czopik and Robert Igarashi. I personally know them for many years. As I mentioned, we all graduated from Utah State University in Logan, Utah. I work next lab to Robert for a year. He graduated a little bit earlier than me. And I really enjoyed interacting with him a lot, asking him questions that would never be straight answers, but always follow with a but and an explanation. And so I would like to introduce Dr. Alicia Czopik, who's an assistant professor of medicine at the Burnett School of Biomedical Sciences at the University of Central Florida. She specializes in innate immunity with emphasis on cell biology of natural killer cells, or NK cells, in the context of immunotherapy for treatment of cancer. Her laboratory has developed a nanoparticle-based platform for NK cells. That's a very novel technology that is simple, safe, economical, and effective. She received Masters of Science and Chemical Engineering degree in chemistry from Silesian Technical University. I have to say I'm from the same place, so that's another reference point for both of us. She received a PhD in biochemistry from Utah State University, and she was a Kempner postdoctoral fellow at the University of Texas Medical Branch, and later postdoctoral fellow at Roche Palo Alto. Welcome, Alicia. And Robert. Robert is the head of Kiadis Discovery and Preclinical Development at Kiadis Pharma, recently acquired by Sanofi. Robert has a diverse background in life sciences and has played an instrumental role in the development of natural killer cells, therapeutics with particle-based stimulation technology. Robert was a co-founder of Cytosine Therapeutics in 2016 that commercialized the NK cell therapy. Cytosine was then acquired by Kiadis Pharma, a Dutch company that in turn was acquired by Sanofi very recently. And prior to Cytosine, Dr. Igarashi was an assistant professor at University of Central Florida. He received a bachelor in biochemistry and master's degree in chemistry at Cal State Fullerton. He received his PhD from Utah State University, as I mentioned, and subsequently went to postdoctoral studies at the University of Berkeley. So with all this, I welcome both of you, and I'm looking forward to your presentations. Alicia, the floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you, Darek, for this really kind introduction. And thank you to the organizer, especially Margaret, for inviting me to participate in this very exciting and unique event. I have to say, first time I participated in pan-organized event was when I was a graduate student in Poland. I participated in the Winter School of Organic Chemistry, and this was my first real conference event that I will remember forever. So it's really nice to again participate in another pan event. So thank you. So today I will be talking about natural killer cells and their potential as a treatment for COVID-19. I have been working on NK cells now for many years. And please let me know if the slides are changing. Did the slide change?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you. So just a brief outline. I will first introduce natural killer cells and NK cells, what role they play in COVID. Then I'll introduce the PM21 particle platform that we've developed for the expansion and growth of NK cells. And then I'll briefly talk about what we know so far about PM21 NK cells and their antiviral responses. So NK cells are part of innate immunity. They're the first responders of our immune system. So they have innate ability to recognize transformed cells, such as tumor cells, and also infected cells. So they see ligands, either ligands on the surface of cells, infected cells, like viral proteins, or antibodies that are opsonized on the infected cells, and they kill these cells. But not only NK cells recognize and kill tumor cells, they also are very important for recruiting the adaptive arm of the immune system for memory responses. So they secrete cytokines and chemokines to recruit dendritic cells as well as T cells to the site of infection. So they really coordinate the entire immune system. That's why they're very important immune cell type, and thus there has been a long interest in developing these cells for clinical applications for either treatment of tumor or viral diseases. In COVID, it's been early recognized in initial studies coming from China and many follow-up studies that patients with SARS-CoV-2, particularly with severe form of the COVID disease, have low absolute NK cells counts. Also, NK cells in those patients have exhausted phenotype, so they really don't function very well. They don't secrete cytokines. Later studies also show that some genetic variations in NK cells actually put patients at greater risk or pose a potential risk factor for severe COVID-19. And there are also some studies showing that higher NK cells counts correlate with shorter time to first negative test, meaning that there is a better or lower viral load faster, and also correlate with higher IgG levels. So there has been really a lot of excitement potentially in developing NK cells for COVID that led to, some paper review or opinion paper showing, titled that "Can Natural Killer Cells Be Principal Player in Anti-SARS-CoV-2 Immunity," or "Flattening the COVID-19 Curve with Natural Killer Cell-Based Immunotherapies." And there has been multiple companies that actually started clinical trials for treatment of COVID. Of course, there is still we haven't seen yet any results from those ongoing trials, but there are many questions that will need to be addressed. At what stage should NK cells be applied in severe COVID-19 patients where there is a lot of inflammations? Adding another pro-inflammatory population might not actually be best, so maybe more mild or moderate cases could be treated with NKs. What type of NKs should be applied? Should they be auto or allo, or should they be genetically modified? So there are also studies developing NK cells that target specifically the spike protein to make them even more effective at clearing coronavirus. And then what dose should be used in these studies. So to do this type of studies and be ready for pandemic type of situations like the coronavirus or other viruses, we also have to have methods to provide large doses quickly available for therapeutic applications. And developing those methods to produce NK cells for such situations has been a part of the work that we've been doing for many years, trying to develop good methods to grow these cells. And so now I'll move on into the part on describing our platform that we've developed by my group for expanding NK cells. So this method is based on an original method developed by my collaborator, Dean Lee, at Nationwide Children. He modified tumor-derived cell line to express ligands that stimulate NK cells to divide and grow. And when those tumor-derived cells are added to peripheral blood mononuclear cells, NK cells start rapidly dividing and lead to large expansion over 14 days. So we hypothesized, so feeder cells, when applied, they lead to really high expansion, but they also pose some challenges to clinical development since they're derived from tumors. There are some safety risks. There are also logistical problems with using feeder cells. So we hypothesized that since those stimulating ligands are on the surface of these cells, deriving just plasma membrane particles from those cells should lead also to expansion. And so over the years, we optimized method of making particles that are completely cell-free for growing these NK cells. And when they're applied to the same populations of peripheral blood mononuclear cells, they expand NK cells in the same way as the feeder, but without any of the potential issues that are related to using feeders. And we have patented this method, and this method was initially licensed to cytosine therapeutic that I have co-founded together with Dr. Igarashi, Dean Lee, and a few others. And then later it was acquired by Chiadis Pharma. And Dr. Igarashi will tell more about that in his presentation. But moving the cells from lab to clinical applications, that's usually done by pharmaceutical industry. So here is just an example of how when the particles are applied to NK cells, how they're grown. On y-axis, we see it's presented NK cell expansion and over time. So from one cell, we can get on average 1,700 cells, or from 1 million, we can get 1.7 billion cells in just 14 days. And the cells continue growing exponentially. So those numbers can be much greater, which is sufficient to produce potentially clinical doses for use in treatments. These cells are also very cytotoxic. So what you're seeing here on the right is the particle expanded NK cells killing green tumor cells, and on the left are NKs activated by the standard methodology. And I think you can appreciate that they're much more effective at destroying tumor cells. Those were derived from the same donor and applied in the same amounts to the tumor cells. We've characterized other properties that are important for developing NK cells into cellular therapeutic, and other than they're highly cytotoxic, they also produce cytokines. They can persist in vivo, which is important for a cell-based therapeutics. They can be cryopreserved without loss of activity, another important aspect. And they have also unique hyperfunctional non-exhausted phenotype. So now I will discuss briefly some work that we've done in collaborations. We've talked during this conference a lot about collaborations, and over the years we had many collaborations internally and also outside. So for the viral applications, my group collaborates with Dr. Parks, who's the chair of the department and a virologist, and the work was done by his student Namita Varutkar. The first virus that we've tested with NK cells was oncolytic parainfluenza virus. So parainfluenza viruses are respiratory viruses, and in this study we're interested in actually applying together oncolytic viruses, and in this case the parainfluenza was modified in one protein to make it cytotoxic, but restricted to tumor cells. So this virus only infects tumor cells, and as it does, it also partially kills them. And the virus had added GFP for monitoring. So what you can see here is the wild type virus infects the cells. You can see the green, but doesn't kill the cells. The PV virus or the mutant virus also kills the cells. So on the next slide, what you will see is tumor spheroids that are either uninfected or infected with this PV mutant, and those spheroids are also treated with NK cells. So on the left, you see uninfected, on the right, infected spheroids. The halo around is NK cells, and the red is tumor. And what you can see is that the infected cells are cleared much quicker. So what I will show you on the next video is that the virus actually infects only the outer layer, which will be shown in green, but the tumor is still killed. The entire tumor is killed much faster by the NK cells. So again, you saw the green that disappeared, and now the entire tumor quickly disappears as it's being cleared much faster. And this is also can be plotted here. So tumor alone keeps growing. When treated with the green oncolytic virus, there is some killing, but not complete. with NK alone, also some killing, but when combined, much faster killing. And we found that this was based on the recognition of NK cells of the viral glycoproteins on the surface that led to enhancement, and also through the secretion of interferons by the infected cells. So there are multiple mechanisms that lead to synergy. We have started testing the common coronavirus strains, and hopefully if we open BSL-3, we'll be able to do more work in COVID. As I mentioned, all of this could not be done without collaborating with multiple groups. We have internal collaboration.
Like we lost Alicia. Alicia, can you hear us? Okay, Robert, could you
Yeah, it
jump
looks
in?
sure. Yeah,
I'm sure these are the same collaborators. Yeah, to do also.
yeah. So maybe it's a good transition to the way that I'll project the work that we've continued from Alicia's lab. The work in Alicia's lab is truly done collaboratively among multiple different scientists and team members. So the one collaboration that Alicia showed was with her colleague at UCF, Dr. Griff Parks, and the people in his lab. It's a great example of how the expertise specifically for COVID, where you get the integration of an immunologist and a virologist like Griff Parks, you could do truly something interesting. Maybe Dark, should I switch to my slides? Is that okay? And
please go ahead.
Let's see if I do this correctly. Okay, hopefully you can see my slides. So Dark and Margaret, thank you for the invitation to speak to this audience. I think it's in the crazy world that we live in now with the pandemic, I think it's still an interesting example where Dark, you and I met nearly, I don't know how many years ago now. And Alicia, you and I came together in Utah. And then you guys are in Paris right now. I'm in Amsterdam. Alicia's in Florida. It really does take a worldwide effort to combat this pandemic. And so happy to be contributing here alongside with everyone in Paris. As a way of introduction, as Dark mentioned, I'm officially, my title is now head of Kiotis Research at Kiotis Pharma, where we've been acquired by Sanofi recently. And Alicia introduced the topic earlier about the technology that started out in her lab, and I'm happy to jump into a lot more of the technical aspects if anybody has a question on it. But I wanted to present kind of the journey that we've been on for about the last 5 years or so, and I think it's an example of where if you have a therapeutic or potential therapeutic, such as the NK cell platform that was developed at University of Central Florida in Alicia's lab, how it really takes multiple different parties to move that along toward a benefit toward patients. And so I'll kind of present some lessons learned along the ways and hopefully some interesting topics to this audience. So let's see. As kind of a really brief outline, I'll kind of present a brief roadmap for commercializing an ATMP, and I'll get to what an ATMP is. That abbreviation may be familiar to some in this audience, and then some introductions into the necessary challenges for bringing a therapeutic such as this, where you start from very complicated immunology, and then you try to boil it down to what works, and then how you proceed that forward into a therapeutic arena. And then specific to our story, where we started out at UCF, out licensed that to Cytosine, and then through two different acquisitions of a biotech scale and then to a big pharma scale. And how the journey that we've been on, I'll share some lessons along the way, and hopefully it can be inspiring to other people and guiding. And then some of the other underpinnings, and what I mean by underpinnings is what really does it take to do something like this. So kind of jump into this. Maybe some first abbreviations. ATMP stands for Advanced Therapeutics, Therapeutic Medicinal Products, and I see a typo, I apologize. This is kind of segregated away from the rest of the therapeutic world because some of these new advanced therapies, they're rather still novel. In bulk, this really is the combination or conglomerates of cell therapies and gene therapies. Gene therapy for COVID has not been attempted yet, as I understand, but as Alicia mentioned, there has been some introduction of cell therapy into treatments of disease such as COVID. And then more broadly speaking, some overlapping definitions. There's a term regenerative medicine, which is a really broad term. And in a regulatory fashion, it got defined by the 21st Century Cures Act that was introduced in the US during the Obama administration. There are other similar legislations taken up by the EMA and other jurisdictional bodies. And in general, regenerative medicine, as defined by the 21st Century Cures Act, is basically pretty much any cell therapy in the US or potential regenerative medicine. That terminology regenerative is used rather loosely, but it defines all cell therapeutics in the US. And the motivation for this is to try to move rapidly ATMPs or cell therapies such as like ours or others. And it sets up the regulatory framework for accelerated approvals. One of the constraints that a lot of people understood in the early days of cell and gene therapy is that there has to be a shorter roadmap for potential commercialization, or at least the showcasing of the potential as kind of preliminary evidence to allow for commercialization path. And I'll get to this point a little bit later. And then their ATMPs as a category are much more complicated medicines than traditional types of therapeutics. And so then what does it really take to advance a potential therapeutic such as an NK cell therapeutic? So cell therapeutics can be rather complicated. In its origins as a therapeutic, as a class of therapeutics, cell therapeutics really started from bone marrow transplants back in probably the late 70s and the early 80s. And this is all work originally that got started in a couple places, primarily in the US, and that now practiced worldwide. Bone marrow transplants were really the first stem cell out at the Fred Hutch in Seattle, where it was a very experimental type of medicine where this simple concept of you take cellular material from somebody else and apply it to another individual. Now, in the context of immunology, everybody can appreciate that gets really complicated. As pretty much everybody knows, if you just take blood from one individual to another, everybody knows about how blood group compatibilities need to work. But then you get into the complications of, at the immunological level, of HLAs and other types of matching that must be done in the context of a bone marrow transplant or a stem cell transplant. That's commonly practiced now for various different oncologic settings, or even something like kidney transplants, where immunological matching is highly important to avoid organ rejection. But when you talk about doing this with the immune cells, it's the same type of complexity. But as compared to bone marrow transplants never went through a proper drug route, meaning the FDA to this day does not consider a bone marrow transplant to be a drug. It's a medical practice or a medical procedure. But bone marrow transplants or stem cell transplants to this day are still not regulated as a drug. Oddly enough, even though it's a life-saving type of therapeutic, it's not considered a drug. So when we talk about cell therapies now, even though in practice it may be very similar to something like a stem cell transplant, although in our context it's much more complicated, that type of regulatory framework really becomes much more complicated. Now, when you talk about delivering a cell therapeutic, just understanding the science on this and the immunology and how to manipulate the cells, it gets very, very complicated. And in order for a therapeutic to be widely accepted, it needs to be distilled down so that it's workable for a wide variety of stakeholders. So scientists, even though we deal in the complexity on a daily basis, you have to boil it down to something that is workable in a research, development, and operational setting. And while the complexity is there in terms of cell therapeutics, in order for physicians to practice it, it needs to be workable, simple, potentially effective, and for physicians to be able to understand it, for it to make a wide impact for a lot of patients, physicians need to get comfortable with applying new types of therapies. And if it's too complicated to be explainable to the physicians, even though physicians also deal in a lot of complexity, they won't accept it as a therapeutic, because if they can't understand it, it is impossible for them to explain it to their patients as a recommended therapeutic. And this is actually an important point. If physicians can't understand it, they won't apply medicine that they won't understand. Kind of basic practice of medicine, but in terms of cell therapy, it really does become a complicated point. Now, why do I list investors here? All this takes money. And when you think about therapeutics, cell therapeutics is about as expensive as it can get. Although it has tremendous potential, it does set up a requirement where it takes high amounts of investment. So investors need to be able to understand it in the complexities, but have the understanding that it can be performed, a potential path for commercialization. So while we deal in the complexity on a daily basis, some of the ways, some of the reasons why a cell therapy is complicated, compared to, let's say, a chemical as a small compound of typically molecular weight of less than 1,000. A protein therapeutic gets that much more complicated. You know, typically most protein therapeutics are in size of up to typically about 20 kilodaltons, right? So you go up an order magnitude from a small molecule up to a protein therapeutic as a biologic. And while the term biologic gets applied toward a protein, and we're talking mostly antibodies, while the term biologic gets applied, it's not really living. But a cell therapy is different. It is a living, breathing thing, meaning when I say breathing, it literally needs to respire in terms at the molecular level. It needs to be able to take oxygen, oxidize it, and reduce it, and then draw energy out of it, right? So you have to treat cell therapeutics as a truly living, breathing thing. Cells need to be maintained through a manufacturing process, and it needs to conform to all the different processes that get into development for a drug like this, and there's a lot of them. So how do you get this from an academic concept? Well, Alicia's lab has developed this original methodology to work at laboratory scale. You have to get it to a point where it's commercializable, and that means that the technology has to work. It has to be able to be backed by investor funds, and then grow through all the different paths for commercial development for a potential therapeutic to become a drug. Drug as a regulated a material that's put out as toward a particular indications recommended by the FDA or with an approval by the FDA or some kind of the jurisdictional body. Now, where it really starts from going from academics from Alicia's lab, one of the most complicated things is out licensing a technology from an academic setting to a commercial setting. Now, this may be obvious, but it actually does get fairly complicated. And then what this brings up is there needs to be a conduit to do so. And that means that at an early stage for potential therapeutics such as this NK cell therapy, there's an absolute need to put intellectual property around the technology. And what that means primarily is patenting, but also in a somewhat counterintuitive way, especially for cell therapeutics, know-how and trade secrets are also part of intellectual property, and that also needs to be reasonably protected. Now, this sets up a dichotomy in an academic setting because academics are trained to go do good research, figure out stuff in the lab, and then be able to tell the rest of the world about it. And this, for technologies to develop, this needs to be done in a balanced way, where it's subject to peer review at an academic level, but there still needs to be some commercialization paths. And one of those is to maintain trade secrets as well as patenting. A lot of times when an academic researcher gets in the lab and tries to do something good, their first thought is not to patent. But in order for something like this to proceed, it is vital. And that brings up the next point that in order to garner investments to facilitate development like this, the main reason why intellectual property becomes a point of value, it is a conduit, and essentially it gets used as collateral for investor money. That's the purpose of really intellectual property from an academic setting. Because if you just file IP, if you file a patent application in the academic setting, an academic institute is typically not in the business of commercializing something like this. But there needs to be a conduit to put out that information in a patentable way. And in the US, it's governed by processes or laws called the Bayh-Dole Act. And that's the main conduit which academic intellectual property is required to be available for out licensing. That IP then becomes essentially the equivalent of collateral for investors, because investors need a return on investment. If everything goes bad in an investment, then unfortunately the typical path on this is that the intellectual property gets absorbed by the investors. But in the best case scenario, that intellectual property gives a roadmap for biotech to go forward. And in the cell therapy space, it is probably the steepest return on investment curve for all of therapeutics and all of biotech. And just to put it in context, the initial cost for T-cell therapeutic, for CAR T therapeutic, was about $400,000 for reimbursement initially. So when you have dollar figures like that, it sets up for very high investment, but also very high potential return for investors. What this means is that not only to get up to that point, it can't just be done with one round of investment. It's typically in the biotech space at least 3 rounds of investment, and possibly, some of those rounds may include IPOs through the public market or acquisition by a large pharma. In our case, the technologies really came from 2 academic institutions at University of Central Florida and the collaborators at Nationwide Children's Hospital. An initial group of us were co-founders and formed a company called Cytosine, which was then acquired by Kiaris Pharma, who I'm an employee of for full disclosure. And then Kiaris Pharma was recently acquired by Sanofi, and now we are a Sanofi company. We're in a kind of a very unique situation where we've had 2 acquisitions in the time span of about 2.5 years. So you could kind of gauge the steepness of investment, if you will. So some lessons learned along the ways. So as I said, some of these therapeutics in a cell therapy context is extremely complicated. And that what that means is you need very good teams of smart, motivated people that are basically willing to work hard, be innovative, and that is the key to everything. And just like how when I started speaking, I mentioned how this is kind of a worldwide audience. It's another example where you have to get together good people that are all motivated similarly, and you just need a good team to just continually solve problems. One of the problems is to, at an investment level, is to figure out how to align the interests of investor return on investment with the ambition of the scientists such as Alicia, where her interest is to try to keep doing innovative work in the lab, but then that needs to somehow come together so that it results in patient benefit. And with every single stage of investment, there is a different set of challenges to justify the next milestone. And advancing an ATMP such as this does not have a clear path currently. There's lots of hurdles to get through since it's such an innovative space. Sometimes the rules just aren't written yet, and part of development is to essentially write these rules as we go along, or at least make prescriptions to sometimes regulatory agencies, other governing bodies, to figure out the path on setting up development and eventual potential approval for therapeutics such as like a NK cell therapy. So some other challenges, more specific challenges for cell therapy. GMP manufacturing, all drugs need to be made under GMP kind of guidance. There's a whole set of regulatory documents that govern GMP, GXP, GCP, in some cases, GLP also. And then cell therapy is about as complicated as you can get in terms of GMP compliance. It's not trivial, to say the least. It may be easy to do, or I'm sorry, it may be easy to say, but it's very difficult to do. Conducting absolute sterility is a challenge, regardless in any kind of cell biologic system. But in terms of a cell therapy, it is absolutely essential. So clean room facilities are expensive, but that's the theater in which we operate. There are loads and loads of QC and QA release criteria and QC control of a lot of steps in the processes. And as I mentioned, some of these requirements are still being currently developed and still as kind of we're probably in kind of the second wave of potential cell therapies to be approved. And after kind of the first wave, which was the anti-CD19 CAR T therapeutics, some of the rules are still evolving. Clinical operations is also complicated. In a traditional biologic, when I say traditional, we're talking basically antibodies. It was basically, it needed to be delivered frozen to the clinic. Into a pharmacy just needed to have probably a -20 freezer, and they would thaw a vial, and there were pretty straightforward instructions on how to infuse it. A cell therapy is much more complicated. Cryopreservation of live cells is difficult. Immune cells is even more difficult. And within the immune cells, NK cells are probably among the most difficult to cryopreserve properly. When they get thawed out, those cells need to be breathing, kicking, ready to kick butt of cancer. And that's the goal for us. So a completely different set of parallel challenges is the IP landscape. The intellectual property landscape is also complicated. One of the most complicated things in terms of patenting in the cell therapy space is that fundamentally patent laws and rulings, and it goes back to the Millennium Therapeutics court case of trying to patent the DNA sequence. And that court case basically says that a DNA sequence is a product of nature, therefore you can't, and nature basically belongs to everybody, so you can't patent a DNA sequence. And this is a complicated point for cells. If you have IP around cells, it's very difficult to define cells as a composition if they are natural cells. So then you have to come up with a lot of different paths for filing patents in this space. And it comes down to a very competitive patenting landscape. And as I mentioned, the IP is complicated to set up, but it is the path to get investment. And this is where if others might be interested in pursuing this, if you think you have a potential therapeutic to be developed in the academic space, it is really, really important to get IP early as possible. So how do we continue to make it happen? Kind of simplistic kind of thinking, but very, very, I think, key and true. Partnerships between biotech and academia really needs to continue. A lot of the innovation in this space are at the forefront, happens in academia, and I truly believe that you get the best work out of academia, newest work, but then academia is not a good place to develop such a therapeutic. So there needs to be good ways to form partnerships between biotech and academia, and they need to have mechanisms where you align with stakeholders, and stakeholders meaning other investors, clinical institutions, etc. And with some of the wider topics that are presented in this conference, I would urge governmental agencies to keep finding different ways to sponsor such mechanisms for collaboration. Some of these exist, but I think it needs to be done even better to advance good therapeutics forward. One of the things that need to happen to advance something like this is what I call the 4 Ps: persistent, persuasiveness, patience, and then passion. Innovators need to be persistent, and innovators, whether they're in the academic space or someone like me more in the development space, need to be continually persistent in advancing something like this because it's tough. It's scientifically, it's complicated. It's difficult to advance as a business, but it just takes persistence. And requiring that persistent, one has to be persistent but yet patient, so that you can eventually, and this is a play on words, you need to be patient with persistence so you can bring eventual benefit to the patient. And then try to focus these efforts, these patience and persistence, into pursuits that are entwined with persuasiveness and passion, because otherwise, if we're not passionate about this, all the risks that are involved, you can't get people to be supportive with you along the road. And so all these things need to come together to make something like this happen. So to kind of finish up, this is kind of a company slide for Kiatis. We really take a global approach, as we're really one family. And Kiatis's approach is taking the natural strengths of humanity, and what we mean by this is our own immune systems, manipulating that in a way that arms them to be potent cells that can be therapeutically used, and the technology that we've been able to out-license from University of Central Florida and Nationwide Children's Hospital as our colleagues and collaborators is key to doing this to get the best cells for life. And we have kind of an impatient, well, I said we need to be patient. In this context, I'm impatient to drive this faster and forward, but not be compromising, or try to be uncompromising to figure out the best way to deliver this to patients and their families, to minimize minimize diseases and impact from some things like COVID. So I'll stop there, and thank you for your attention, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Robert. Thank you both for wonderful presentations. I have to say, Alicia got me very excited about the results, and I wanted to ask, when are we going to see your work in a clinic? And then Robert brought me back on Earth and cooled me down. It's going to be a while, probably. There's a lot of work to be done. With all this, I want to see if there are any questions from the audience.
Yes, I want to thank you very much. So thank you very much for your very interesting path of discovery to something very complementary to this morning. I was wondering if, I'm more in the policy and financing world. We used to debate drug versus vaccine, vaccine versus drugs. And how do you see, you mentioned cell therapy in combination with gene therapy now. You mentioned cell therapeutics. So is it replacing, and do you think the treatment and therapeutics can substitute to vaccine, or what is your view on this?
Maybe I can offer an answer. I think maybe I'll present an analogy. If you live in a house, we all have plumbing systems. It is much easier to patch a small leak first than to have your whole plumbing system rupture and then try to fix the whole system. And in that context, especially in the current pandemic, vaccines play a vital role of preventing disease, and the role of something like a cell therapeutic to be applied is essentially a last ditch measure, in my opinion. Similarly, in terms of cancer, if not in the context of vaccines, but all the different effects that feed into producing cancer, and it just starts from basic good health, but also all the different environmental issues that potentially impact human health to cause cancer. If we could prevent those, that has a bigger impact in the long run, is my opinion. Cell therapy, such as the ones that we promote, while we're very hopeful that it will have a change in standard of care, commensurate with being able to fund it, so that from a reimbursement perspective, it makes it possible for society to handle them. They are still expensive. They are potentially the best potential best cures toward the future, but they're not approved yet. And so vaccines have a great role to play in especially infectious diseases. Alicia, maybe you can add if you'd like.
I agree. I think having vaccine and being able to prevent the disease in the first place is better. We're very fortunate that for COVID, the vaccine development was so rapid, and we were able to have vaccine available so quickly, which is not always the case for all the diseases. So where vaccine is not available and there is need to treat the actual disease, I think that's where the cell therapies will play a greater role.
Are there any questions from the audience? No. There's one here.
Hi, sorry, I know that we don't have a lot of time, but I just wanted to ask a quick question for everybody who is in the biotech industry. How long does it take from the idea in the lab to go on the market in case of such novel therapies like cell therapies, which we know it's like new thing, and That's my question. Thanks.
So maybe I can answer that kind of in a general way, not necessarily specific, and I can kind of give you the timeline for our development. So in the biotech pharma world, it's not uncommon where it's about a 10-year roadmap from initial scientific conception to a therapeutic entering the clinical trial space. And that's not to say that and then typically, depending on the type of drug, clinical trials through the traditional 3 phases of clinical trials, and then toward a potential application as a BLA has its own roadmap. So it's typically 10 plus years. For us, the methodology to expand the NK cells really started out by somewhat of an accidental finding by our colleague around 2010. His first seminal paper on the methodology was published in 2012. The work in Alicia Kopek's lab at UCF and a former institution before that was around 2014-ish, or the concept goes back to about 2011, I would say, right, Alicia? And then I think as part of public record, the first patent filing was made around 2014. It was 2013, 2014-ish, right? And then in terms of commercialization, Cytosine was first formed in around 2016, and we really got going around 2018. And for a company that got started in about 2018, where we are in terms of 2021 as part of Big Pharma, is relatively rapid, especially for a complicated topic like this. Maybe to put it on a parallel track, CAR T therapeutics, Carl June's first CAR T paper as a concept was published around 2007, 2008. And then that got approval in about 2028, late 2018, as an FDA approved therapeutic. So roughly speaking, it's a decade.
Just a word. First of all, Alicia and Rob, thank you so much for your presentations. You gave us the roadmap. You gave us the meaning and also the understanding where we are in the bigger picture, and it's very important. And also for pointing out again the role of interprofessional collaboration. You are an exemplary of interprofessional collaboration and how important it is in the context of current pandemic. And also by giving us the bigger picture of the importance of working and collaboration between the academia and biotech, and also the legal aspects of it, because this is then our next panel will be focusing on law and bioethics, and this is a perfect segue to our next panel. And so thank you very much. We really appreciate very much your participation and your willingness to share your experience with us. Thank you so much. May I ask for another round of applause for our speakers?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, both of you. See you later. You can still join us on YouTube to continue watching the rest of the conference. And I think we are starting the next panel very soon. 5 minutes break. Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. I welcome you to our next panel. Next panel will focus on law and bioethics. And we have our very, very important speakers. And we are very fortunate to have, first of all, Professor Pawlikowski from the Medical University in Lublin, Poland. A very international panel right now. We have Dr. Messetti from the University of Sao Paulo in Brazil. And we have also Dr. David Ford from connecting with us from Boston, affiliated with Loyola University, University of Michigan, and CDC Quarantine Station in Boston. Professor Pawlikowski, please start the conversation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for introduction. It's switched, yeah? Okay. So thank you very much for introduction. I work at the Medical University of Lublin, and almost from 15 years I teach medical ethics, bioethics at our university. I'm also a member of the National Agency for Health Technology Assessment, together with Professor Mijan Kowski, who is present here. And in this last year, I think that it was a very, very hot time for medical ethics, for bioethics, for medical law. And I would like to start my presentations. I would like to focus in my presentation mostly on the problem of allocation and prioritization of scarce resources. But in the second part, I would like to show also any opportunities for medical ethics for the future after the pandemic, because I think, like Professor Mijan Kowski yesterday noted, this time, the situation is a problematic situation, but also it can be an opportunity to make a good change in the future. This next. I would like to start with a quotation of a very famous French author, Albert Camus, that we are surprised always with wars, with plagues. We know that there have been as many plagues as wars in history, yet always plagues and wars take people equally by surprise. So we know that we should be prepared to this situation, but it is surprising. Those people, it was surprising for us. Ethical concern in pandemics were in very different areas: equitable and justice, access to healthcare. I would like in the next slides to focus more on this topic, but also very important were the ethics of public health actions taken in response to a pandemic, how to balance public health and public interest with personal rights and freedoms, with privacy, with the freedoms of religion and other freedoms, personal liberty, confidentiality, and also the limits, the scope of the obligations of healthcare workers, the right to refuse of the work, and also the obligations of society toward healthcare workers for their risk. Next. 5 years ago, World Health Organization published a guidance for managing ethical issues in infectious disease outbreaks. It was after the MERS infections. Yeah, it wasn't discussed in Poland so much, but I think that it's very useful to look at this document now during the pandemic time. World Health Organizations differentiate the dilemmas in making decisions on 3 levels. Micro level, it is the level of the individual healthcare worker, physicians, nurses are decision about the using of particular medical technologies mechanical ventilation, diagnostic tests, hospitalization, pharmacotherapy. The meso level is the level of the directors, managers of hospitals, of sometimes regional territories, how to organize work on different units, how to distribute, for example, personal protective equipment between units in hospital. And macro level is the level for governmental decisions, how to establish hospital network, where to find extra funds for this battle, how to organize population programs of testing or vaccine. Next. The problem of making decisions in very limited resources it's not new in medicine. We know many histories about the triage system during the war, during the catastrophes, but also we have a quite long tradition, almost 50 years, making decisions in the face of implementing new technologies, for example, hemodialysis in the 50s, or then transplantations, and the scarce of resources for these technologies. So we can say about two types of such decisions. The prioritization, who should receive help in the first instance, is the main question. Allocation decision, apportionment and distribution of material resources, and rationing. It means the restricting access to scarce goods. Next, please. During the pandemic, prioritizations and allocations decisions were made in many situations, for example, in virus testing, hospitalization, pharmacotherapy, procurement of personal protective equipment, vaccination programs, and implementation of advanced technologies. Maybe the last decisions were the most famous, they attributed the most interesting from the social media, when, for example, in Italy, sometimes there were not sufficient mechanical ventilators for all patients who need it. Next. And we need to back to axiological criteria to access to scarce resources defined in World Medical Associations, defined in Declaration on the Rights of Patients by World Medical Associations almost 40 years ago. And in this declaration, we can find a sentence that in circumstances where a choice must be made between potential patients for a particular treatment that is in a limited supply, all such patients are entitled to a fair selection procedure for that treatment, and that choice must be based on medical criteria and made without discrimination. But during this time and also during this pandemic, many non-medical criteria were introduced to decisions and also to recommendations of medical societies. The next, please. So this division into medical and non-medical criteria is very important. But we should also be aware that the prioritization process should vary according to intervention types. That it will be different rules, for example, for preventive technologies, for intensive care unit beds or ventilators, and other to antiviral pharmacotherapy. That for preventive technologies, the highest risk groups will be the first groups, but for example, for antiviral pharmacotherapy patients who are serious, but access to the ventilators should be firstly to patients who have the greatest chance of recovery. Next. And many medical associations, professional associations published last year and this year recommendations how to make decisions during this pandemic time. And in these recommendations, there are many ethical principles and rules. For example, to maximize benefits, to discontinue futile therapy, also the division into ordinary, obligatory, and extraordinary non-obligatory measures, respect for autonomy, collective responsibility were underlined. Some interesting proposals were to separate the triage officer or triage team from clinicians who are on the front line, to limit the balance of this decision. Also prioritizing a specific group or openness to guideline verification and swiftly responding to new research. But also some ethically controversial rules appeared. For example, in one recommendation of the Italian Society of Anesthesia appeared non-medical criteria and age limit for the admission to the intensive care unit may ultimately need to be set. Then after some weeks it was removed, but at the beginning this very simple criterion was introduced. Similar in the Spain, in Spanish guidelines, the patients can be segregated based on age and contained, and the second controversial criteria was el valor social de la persona enferma, so the social value of the sick person, very vague and subjective social criteria. It is the risk of ageism. Then it was criticized, and the next recommendations were better, more focused on this medical criteria, not such social or metrics criteria. And for summary, some causes of ethical dilemmas in such situations can be removable, but others not. We can reduce this balance of ethical decision, but better supply, better reallocation, better coordination, or better investing in people. But there are also causes non-removable from this dilemma. For example, the different concepts of justice. The difference between libertarianism, utilitarianism, egalitarianism, or communitarianism. Next. So, for the summary, the second quotation from a plug of Albert Camus, that we should go forward, groping our way through the darkness, stumbling perhaps at times, and try to do what good lay in our power. As for the rest, we must hold fast, trusting in the divine goodness. So the recommendation can help, but decisions is always personal. But this was the first part of my presentation, and some words about the opportunity connected with this situation. Please, next. So I would like I would like to underline that this pandemic situation push up to more closely collaboration between medical ethicists and IT specialists. And in Poland, we try to develop a dynamic consent for medical research, especially in biobanking. Next, the dynamic consent is an IT tools which we can introduce to medical research for be in ongoing communication with research participants, so the communication between researchers and participants is better. The respect for principle of autonomy is higher. Patients have the chance, opportunity to feedback of results, to be active engagement in a new project. Yeah, the consent is not reduced to the one decision at the beginning of research, but this ongoing communication and participant can change their consent during time. So there are many new initiatives during last year and in this year, how to use this concept in genomic research. Next. And there are many advantages of dynamic consent in the phase of recruitment, in the process of informant, and after the consent during the follow-up and retention of data. Next. And we hope that maybe in the next, maybe not in the next conference, that maybe after 3 or 4 years, we will develop a new IT application for better protecting the patients and the participants' rights. And I think that it will be this opportunity introduced to improve the standards, ethical standards and legal standards of research in biomedicine, in our network of biobanks. And the last quotation from Camille, but what does it mean, the plague? It's life, that's life. So I think that it's a problematic time, but also we have to live with it and to try to look for new opportunities, for new solutions of the problems. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Pawlikowski, especially for the content of your presentation and very important aspects that we have to take into account when we think about the relationship among the healthcare providers, also healthcare providers and patients, and especially looking at the patient as a participant in the process, not the subject of the process, and this is how we should do it. And thank you also very much for the quotations from Albert Camus, because this gives us the perspective and also French context. So thank you so much. Now I would like to invite Professor Messetti, who connecting with us from Sao Paulo, Brazil, to introduce himself and share with us his thoughts and research. Thank you so much, Professor Messetti.
Hi, Professor Margosata. It's a really good pleasure to be here today with you. Thanks for the precedent conferences that showed us some fundamental ethical and legal concerns about medical sourcing during a pandemic. Thanks for David Ford that is also here. I'm a Brazilian lawyer, and I have a master degree in bioethics, and I am PhD candidate in health sciences in Brazil, in São Paulo, and I deal with in my days with patients' rights, health professionals' rights, and also health insurers' rights here in Brazil and public health. I made this presentation according to this invitation of the Polish Academy for Science Academy in Paris, and I'm really happy with this invitation. And now I'm going to share with you my my contribution to this day. Okay. So the theme of my presentation is about the health and liberty rights in the context of health systems protections during the COVID-19 pandemic. So there are, for the beginning, a very important issue to deal with that are the bioethical challenges. Are there the biomedical principles enough for facing the pandemic and these challenges arise in these contemporary days? So the theory of principles limits, as some theorists says that limits the possibilities of argumentation for bioethical hypotheses. So situations such as global bioethics, environment, social exclusion, for example, would be beyond the scope of the four biomedical principles that arise from the Belmont report and the conception designed for by Bishop and Childress. So the references of bioethics, the bioethics references as principles and other elements can be called nowadays can be bridges of references of connection for bioethical reflection. So to make resolution and consideration not only constituted by rights and duties, as rights and duties can be deontological and physiological principles. So we can use another kinds of references to deal with the ethical challenges and situations. According to late Professor William Saad Husni, a Brazilian bioethicist, rights, duties, and values, commitments, and ethical feelings in full freedom of pluralistic, inter and transdisciplinary action, aggregating biological sciences and other branches of knowledge, above all human, social, and also exact sciences, can constitute the optics and metrics of the theory of the references, like instead of talking about the biomedical principles only. So the biomedical principles can be increased by other kinds of references. So like justice, dignity, solidarity, fraternity, confidentiality, privacy, vulnerability, responsibility, survival, quality of life, as non-exhaustive examples. So this shows a tendency to dissociate the bioethics from the ontology. Also, in a presentation by the Commission, the European Bioethics and Biolaw Commission, the Biomed 2, taken between 1995 and 1998, it was proposed for biolaw and other principles than the biomedical principles, also in number of 4: autonomy, dignity, integrity, and vulnerability, highlighting that these all 4 principles express dimensions of the human being that must be respected and protected. And 3 of them, dignity, integrity, and vulnerability, also concern the protection of animals and living organisms. So, as we can see, the fact of placing vulnerability between these principles, which is neither a right nor a duty, but a condition. So it makes eloquent proof that there is a tendency of dissociation of bioethics from only deontology. In this concern, we could make a summary of the role of ethics in health decisions making during a pandemic. So the main aims of the decision making in a pandemic, such as the one that we are dealing nowadays, is to giving priority to health rights and to protect the population for access to health systems. Also to prevent the loss of life that can be saved and prevent the system from collapsing. On an ethical basis, promote respect for the principles of justice, freedom, solidarity, life, and human dignity as the main important things. So the choice of extreme measures in a pandemic such as ours nowadays is related to the issue of collision of fundamental rights. In constitutional level, principles or values are the norms that, by prioritizing the exercise of certain rights over others, require investigation of the scope of the protection of the principles and reasonable justification in the Constitution for government decision-making. On the other hand, the right to freedom is not absolute, and no other fundamental right is absolute, as they are situated in relation to other rights. For all the rights has their value. So they are relative. So health rights are declared in international standards and are internalized in most countries' constitutions as effective rights, and have to be balanced between freedom rights, for example, during a pandemic. We could research in our program and laboratory of public health here in São Paulo that scientific data from past pandemics and from COVID-19 already indicated, according to our studies, late in March and April of 2020, that extreme measures of health-based restrictions were effective in containing the viruses of precedent pandemics and also during this nowadays pandemic. In this context, it's important to explain the right to health in a pandemic as a prioritization of the fundamental right of health in a collision of rights at the constitutional level. So when we meet the solidarity and the just freedom in times of a pandemic in a constitutional level, we find that in a constitution like ours in Brazil that constitutes the health rights as constitutional fundamental rights, it's necessary to prioritize the right to health in face of the exercise of freedoms disconnected from solidarity. So the Constitution, in decisions of the American and Brazilian Supreme Courts on the collision of rights, as we will see after this during this presentation, takes decisions as we just explained. For instance, we are just making a comparison of our public health system that we call SUS and the revenues of the supplementary health system, like the health insurers in the year 2019 in Brazil. So the population in Brazil was in 2019 it was 211 million inhabitants. So the SUS budget, our public health system here, was of 122.6 billion reais, Brazilian money, in the year 2019. Approximate expenses in health care by the health plans at the same period until the third quarter of 2019 was of 170 billion of reais. When we talk about the expenses of the public system here in healthcare at that year, it was of 93 billion reais, and the population of health plan beneficiaries at that year was of 47 million beneficiaries. As we can see, the revenue of the health plans and the health insurances in Brazil at that year until the third quarter of the year was of 210 billion reais. So that it's not proportional to the population. So we have 211 million inhabitants, and we have a budget of the public system to make the healthcare assistance to all Brazilians and foreigners that reside here, of a kind of 122 billion in 2019, and the revenue of the health plans was just kind of 100,000 billion more than the budget of the public health. We can see here it's a curve of the official Brazilian death curve from 2015 to 2021, and we can see that in 2021 in March there is this increase if we see historical brand from the March, from the month of March, from 2015 to 2021, we have year after each year an increase of 5 to 10, 15% of the quantity of deaths, and then in 2021 we have this huge increase that is much from 100,000, about 100,000 deaths in March of 2020. It came to 180,000 deaths in 2021. It is a reflection of the actual pandemic. So we had this huge increase, and that justifies extreme measures to be taken. So as I referred before, Supreme Court's decisions that we picked from the U.S. Supreme Court in May 29, 2020, rejected a church challenge to California's COVID-19 restrictions by 5 to 4 votes. And a conservative minister judge that said that the Supreme Court will not facilitate the spread, would not facilitate the spread of a deadly virus in the name of the First Amendment. So there is clearly a collision between the health rights of the people and public health, and also, as we think about the American context, there is not a health right constitutionally based, but as we can see in a way of ideas and ethical ideas, we have this collision of health and freedom, and the decision here was to prioritize the health and the public health. In Brazil, it's not different. So we have this Supreme Court recurrent and precedents deciding that when health collides with other fundamental rights, such as freedom or other rights, the solidarity of the related to this necessity to maintain the health prioritization is made in decisions to make the access of the health rights possible. So it is also a way that always must have this consideration between health rights and also freedom rights. As we could see, when we make decisions in health, and we have this extreme character of these decisions in a pandemic, it depends on the ethical and also on the legal adequacy of this decision to the Constitution and to the countries and international standards of health and ethical considerations. And these acceptable standards are based also in the literature and science that can provide this big picture of how we need to access the prioritization of rights in a collision. So what we could understand by our study is that to take an extreme measure in pandemic, this decision has to be based on solid facts that justify this extreme decision. If there is no scientific evidence given to the novelty, so if we have a scientific evidence that points to a kind of decision, it has to be prioritized, and then the best available scientific evidence has to be the guide to take this decision. So it has also to be based in the least amount of risks to public and individual health, and has to prioritize individual and collective rights in our context in Brazil. And it has also to not directly harm the health and dignity of any person's life, and presumably has to be unable to harm anyone. And also, and really important, is that these decisions have to better favor the most vulnerable people. The extreme decision in a pandemic will be fair if it respects the Constitution, the individual and social fundamental rights and human rights and international rules, if it's valid for all persons under the same conditions, or if it is valid for one or more persons with a specific conditions. So it also has to be taken with the least aggressive efforts to achieve desired public health goals. It's not desired to take a huge effort to restrict all the freedom of people if we don't need this to make it possible the public life of everyone. If we can use masks, if we can make this isolation of and testing the necessary suspect infected in a pandemic situation like ours, it is much more effective than isolating and making huge lockdowns. But at some points, lockdowns are the only way to face the spread of the virus when other measures, also restricted, could not face this necessary face this pandemic situation. And also, it's really important that we face proportionality between the public health measure taking and the risk faced, and it is related to our explanation. For the last, we published in last January in the journal Frontiers in Public Health an article of our group based on some of these considerations that we could show here for you about this collision of fundamental human rights and the access of people to health systems during this novel coronavirus pandemic. Thanks very much, and I am available. This is my email and my graduation. Thanks, Professor Malgorzata and everyone.
Thank you very much for this interesting presentation, also showing us the context of Brazilian healthcare system. We had a chance yesterday to look at the context of the US healthcare system, so it's very, very informative. Now I would like to invite David Ford to present his thoughts and findings. Also a warm hello to our colleagues watching from the CDC quarantine station in Boston. I know you are there, so hello. And David, this is your 10 minutes. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Margaret. And, thank you so much for the opportunity to be here today. Don't have any slides, so I'm just going to be talking about a number of different issues that relate to the topic that's here, and I appreciate the opportunity, absolutely. A couple of things. First is that, I've told many people for many, many years that, this whole, the public health system has always been pretty much in the shadows. And a lot of for us in the industry is that we're not really talked about, we're not really seen until something like, for example, COVID shows up, and then we really have to step up and then let people know how important our field is. I've been in the field of public health for over 30 years, and I have master degrees in public health, healthcare policy, business, as well as finance as well. And also, I've spent a lot of time in the political realm as well. So for me, is that I've seen a lot of different moving parts in all those different areas and see how those all can be combined. And I think in this situation with COVID, the global COVID crisis, all of it has been working together, collaborating together in one way or another. So just a couple of things here is that currently is that I have two different opportunities going on at the same time. So the first thing I do is that I work for the CDC, Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, And what I do is that I work as a public health advisor, basically trying to mitigate the transmission of COVID coming into the United States, but also globally. So it is really a big collaboration between the quarantine stations in the United States. There are many throughout the nation of the United States. I happen to be in the Boston area, but they're all over the entire country. And we work with health departments from the various places, other quarantine stations, the FAA, the border control, many different areas, many different institutions within the government in order to try to mitigate the spread of COVID. Some days are more challenging than others. We have some people who, obviously it is a burden for many people. Passengers are trying to come into the country and so forth. They have to have a negative COVID test 3 days prior to them coming into the country. And sometimes when they do show up into the country, we have to still, check their documentation to ensure that they have the proper test. And that also goes for animals that are being transported into the country as well, whether it's for scientific reasons or for personal reasons. We have to be really diligent. So, it's a large group of people, public health policy individuals, epidemiologists, medical facilities, medical people, all working together in order to make this thing happen every day. And the global transmission is critical. I mean, we all have to work with all the different airports to ensure that nothing, transmission of this COVID is not being spread internationally. So it is a reliance on each other. And trust, even though we may not necessarily know each other from the different departments and the headquarters, and also from the different airports or even countries, to basically collaborate in order to make sure that the mitigation of COVID is realized. So that is really, really, really critical. Also, outside of that, I'm also a clinical bioethicist. And what I do is that I try to advise hospitals, healthcare organizations, public health organizations, and corporations, as well as individuals, families in the ICU and patients in the ICU and different areas, about basically how to make those really tough medical and healthcare decisions, especially when during this time of this global crisis. I tell everyone that what we're dealing with here is just liken it to World War III. We're not fighting each other. We're literally fighting something that is invisible. And we have to make sure that we all have to collaborate in all these different areas. And what I've seen in the healthcare arena is that, it is, as you've seen on the television, lots of different, it's so many different parts, from the medical staff, the PCAs, the respiratory therapists, everyone trying to work together to try to give the best care to patients who have COVID. It is very, very trying, very, very trying to see how some patients have just been really, really sick, how the families have had to deal with the trauma of seeing their loved ones sick. I've been in some of those ICUs. I've seen the dilemmas about how to make decisions about patients and so forth. And it's very, very, very difficult. Very, very difficult. And, what I would say is that, you don't want to be in that situation. I know for many of us, we've known people who have been sick. Some of us have known people who have passed away. But when you're in that situation, it is a very, very difficult and trying time. But what I did see during this time is that the tremendous collaboration between the different areas, the different professionals, different levels, in order to provide care. And we have to make sure that we continue with that once we emerge from this crisis. One thing that I was concerned about as a clinical bioethicist is that in some cases where there was a rush to remove people from the ventilators, remove care. And I was concerned about that, because you're dealing with obviously people's lives, And I think in what I was concerned about was the violation of the bioethical principles. And obviously, you know, no one wants to violate those principles, but at the same time, there's an issue and concern about scarce resources, trying to prioritize who gets a certain product or a certain technology, and how much of that was something that was really concerning. But at the same time, we have to be very careful about not violating those bioethical principles. You know, that is something in the field that we have to make sure that we, you know, that we stay to, that we don't violate and try to mitigate. Even though we're stressed out and we have sometimes very scarce resources, we have to make sure that we do the best we can. And that's another thing too, is that the scarce resources, I think, well, I know that for many people, not in the United States, but all over the world, we were caught off guard. And so those resources were in many places, even the United States and many industrialized countries, were very scarce. So we have to make sure that in the future that we always have a stockpile, and also access to this should be freely throughout the country. Should be better than what we're doing here. Certain geographical areas shouldn't have more than another if the need is the same. So it's something to definitely think about. One thing also we noticed was that the inequities here in the United States, and I know this is around the country, around the world as well, but here in the United States, this COVID crisis totally spotlighted the inequities between the haves and the have-nots, the different racial and ethnic groups who don't have access to quality healthcare. We saw that in the Black and Latino and Native Indigenous communities, the Native American communities here in the United States. We also saw that in many rural areas. So we saw definitely the inequalities. The inequalities have always been here. The question is whether or not we're going to continue to, you know, stay on the same path and not invest to try to reduce and mitigate those inequalities, or we're going to do better. You know, to me, by not investing and not taking care of the individual when it comes to providing quality healthcare, to me is a violation of the bioethical principles. You should be, especially the one of beneficence, we should be doing everything we possibly can to ensure that people get the best care, and that we're doing things, taking actions to help those who need it. So, you know, we have to do better. As a healthcare system, we have to do better. As a country, from a political standpoint, we have to do better. One thing, like I just mentioned a second ago, is that we have to be better prepared. You know, I started this presentation about basically the spotlight. Right now, the spotlight's on our fields: bioethics, public health, healthcare. And again, it's for many people, they don't think about these things. They just, you know, pay their money and they go to their doctor when they need to, or public health. It's some type of, you know, not necessary thing. Sometimes the world of public health, for example, is not very sexy. It's not the finance world. It's not the movie world or something like that. But what it is that is extremely, extremely important. We saw a clash between the different areas this year. So we had public health initiatives, we had public health things that we wanted to do. But we saw, and I always tell people this, is that one of the biggest things that we saw during this crisis was the strength of the political realm. So even though the public health realm would come out and give advice and make recommendations and tell the politicians what needs to happen, is that we had the politicization of, this fight between politicians, but whether or not this COVID-19 virus was even real, which obviously cost lives. When you politicize a virus, when you politicize a mask that could save your life, it can really make a big difference. And I have somebody I know who was one of those people who bought into the myth that masks, first of all, the virus didn't doesn't exist, and B, they should not wear masks. Well, that person is now disabled, and they're really young. They're in their 30s right now. They got sick, they got COVID, and now they are in really serious trouble. Disabled, can't work, because they bought into the myths when it comes to when it comes to the politicizing of this virus. So, and then you saw the strength of the political realm, because you saw how on the federal government here in the United States, they recommended, they can't force, but they can recommend to the 50 governors or more governors, if you include the Puerto Rico and some other entities, basically to lock down or put in a mask mandate and so forth. And you had a lot of conflict, a lot of issues, and many governors went their own way. Bottom line is that when it comes to these public health issues, we can't have the politicizing of these issues, especially when it comes to our lives. You just can't do that. And we're trying to do a balance between the rights of the individuals here in the United States. We have a lot of freedoms here in the United States, but at the same time, we have this public health concern, and sometimes the public health concerns have to supersede what we want individually. So we just have to keep that in mind as well. And the last part I just want to say is that this was a really good opportunity for all of us to work together collaboratively around the world. We have to make sure that we continue to strengthen those bonds. And if we can do that, I think we'll be better prepared the next time another COVID-like situation happens, because it's going to happen. I was in public health school 25 years ago, and my professor said this was going to happen. So is going to happen. We have to be much more prepared on all levels. Well, thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, David. Thank you very much, Paulo. I would like to ask Professor Pawlikowski for concluding comments. If there are any questions, quick questions to our speakers, please go ahead. Daniel, if you can come here, then the speakers can see you as well.
Thank you so much. Can you guys hear me? Yes. Thank you so much for the amazing presentation on bioethics, and especially the COVID pandemic and response. I was just really curious, because with the COVID response, there was a lot of communication and information. So I wanted your take on bioethic or ethics and risk communication during the pandemic.
Just want to make sure that you heard the question.
Was it about communication between the different levels of individuals or countries or organizations? Is that the question?
The question was on ethics and risk communication. Just giving the different controversials and communication during the pandemic, I wanted your point of view on your opinion on ethics and risk communication during the COVID-19 pandemic.
Communication, okay.
So,
go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Professor. I don't know if I understood really well what the question was, but about miscommunication on bioethical field in the pandemic. So I can see, for example, this questioning about the official number of deaths, for example, in Brazil. So we have this huge increase of deaths, and we have the official numbers, and we had this problem also mentioned by Professor David, that politicization of pandemic issues could make it impossible for us to count the dead. So also during last year, the Brazilian government tried to not make it public day by day, the number of the deaths. So I can understand this is a kind of miscommunication about this fundamental pandemic issue. It happened, and we don't know exactly if we had 180,000 deaths in 2020 in Brazil, or if it could be 300,000. So it's something that we can, in some years, in epidemiological studies, make more certainty about this issue. Thanks.
This concludes our panel on law and bioethics. Again, David, Paulo, and Jakub, thank you so much for your contribution. And I hope that we can all continue this conversation later in the time to come. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, professors.
Thank you so much. Everyone be safe.
Take care.
It's working.
Does it work? Yes? Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Yes?
All good.
Okay, hello everybody. Thank you for responding to our invitation. So I'm happy to moderate this panel 9, which is now the financial side of what we have discussed so far. And of course, all the biotech science and the business of science would not exist without top financial investors and people able to understand the complexity and the need for money. So I'm happy to moderate this. So we have today Lynn Mahler, who is a crypto and financial analyst advisor, and she will present her company today. We have Katie King, who is a specialist on AI, artificial intelligence use in business, and Christine Franker from Massachusetts School of Law, who will also provide the legal aspect of milestone in finance, in biotech and life science. So I invite first Lynn Mahler to present herself in this panel.
Thank you so much. Can everybody hear me? Everybody hear me? Okay, good. So first I want to thank Margaret, a personal friend, and Pan Paris for inviting me and our other panelists. I'm honored and humbled to be here amongst these really very accomplished professional public health, global health professionals. So thank you again. My background is about 30 years in banking and financial services. In May 2018, I took a course called Blockchain Strategy at Oxford. And I guess from that moment on, I just got hooked. I became very involved in all things blockchain, belong to several blockchain organizations, speak very frequently on blockchain, as well as crypto, and we'll get into that in a minute. But it really has consumed me. I quit my job as a banker and started a company with a man, and so the rest is history. But, you know, people often ask me, why now? Why blockchain? Why this technology? Why Bitcoin? Why all this stuff? Why now? And I think that right now, you know, the global pandemic itself has set off sort of this record influence. But if you take where we are and you actually look at the financial side of this, you know, governments have intervened now, right? So they've really come into play. And since January 2020, the United States has printed 40% more US dollars than previously existed. So I know that resonates very deeply, okay? And so what I'm going to talk about a little bit is not only the technology, but the financial structure, the currency, the value of money, and how cryptography and how Bitcoin and other digital assets are going to change that paradigm. So hopefully, I know most of you are not in the financial world, so I'm going to try to keep it very simple for you to make sure that you understand. I'd love to answer any questions if you have them. So the reason, you know, between the pandemic, enhanced technology, and the rise of the digital economy, it is going to impact everything we do. There are many synergies here which have already been spoken about. We talked about value, supply chain. You talked about that, Christine, this morning. Talked about real-time data, Derek. Just now we talked about ethics. All of those things are really going to be important in the future. So we can go to the next slide. The business of blockchain. Let me, you know, people always confuse blockchain with Bitcoin. Everybody's probably heard the word Bitcoin. But I look at blockchain as the technology, the highway that the car, which is the crypto, is going to ride on. Okay, so if that helps you visualize that. It is essentially a chain of blocks in a crypto, in cryptography, so using mathematical models that are time-stamped across a number of computers. And it uses quantum computing, so you've heard about all the energy uses. And it records transactions and tracks assets in a secure network, which is more secure than the centralized networks that we've known. All right, so centralized networks with the Federal Reserve, the Bank of England, et cetera, et cetera. Transactions are on a shared, immutable, unchangeable, decentralized network. And it is a worldwide exchange of data without a central bank or any intermediary in a peer-to-peer network. I want to buy a house from Margaret. All right, I send her one transaction. There's no one else involved. boom, we send the money, she gives me the deed. It's done. So blockchain facilitates transactions between individuals or companies that don't know each other in that type of a network. And maybe they don't trust each other as well. The benefits are that they reduce risk and redundancies, which in the real world is extremely costly. So if you've got a pharma company who's sending goods to somewhere else, you have all this paperwork, all this redundancy. Did you send 5 or 4? Or, there's all this reconciliation that has to happen, does not happen in blockchain. So we're going to go to the next slide. Blockchain is a shared, immutable ledger that I said, as I said, it facilitates the process, if you will. The difference is that the digital asset or crypto, which Bitcoin is the best example, is really the exchange of value. So I mentioned a house. If I was going to buy Margaret's house, I would give her money. I could give her a different type of money, which is Bitcoin or whatever, but there is also the technology that rides on, because I need to get something back from her, which is the deed, right? So hopefully that's clear. Blockchain has 2 types. One is unpermissioned or open source. Any of you who work in a large company probably have an open source network, kind of like an intranet if you have that at your company. Think of open source as a company website, or a company mail. All right, intra website. A private or permissioned blockchain is something that has a key or a password. So think of that as like your bank account. All right, I'm not going to just give you my bank account number. You have to ask me, there's a reason that you would get that, right? Blockchain in a permissioned or private network often has something like a key, the private key, or a 12-word backup. And, one of the issues with blockchain, which we're going to talk about, is that blockchain, if you lose your private key, you're gone, right? So there are ways to store it, but in essence, there's no bank to bail you out and say, oh, you sent the wrong money to Margaret. We'll help you with that. There's no one there. Okay, so I want to make that pretty clear. So what is money anyway? Money is really a medium of exchange. It's a payment, it's a debt resolution. Many of us have college debt or whatever, all right? That's a medium of exchange. You have debt, but you're going to college, right? So that could be one. It's also a measure of value. It helps develop sort of efficient accounting systems, because goods and services are measured in different units. When I talked about buying goods and services, you might have several widgets. Well, I'm paying for X number of widgets, not Y number of widgets. So it is a measure of value. And it also, think about it as a store of value. So you have a savings account. It provides security. It requires pensions, right? It provides that type of security and value for you to pay your debts or to respond to an emergency if you need to. The next slide. So who invented blockchain? I think we're a couple ahead of you in terms of the slides. Yep, next one. Nope. So I think it's the next one. Who invented blockchain? Yeah. So a gentleman, well, they don't really know. I call him a gentleman, but it's a person or a group. Some people have said it's Elon Musk, who really wrote a white paper. His name is Satoshi Nakamoto. And the paper was a white paper that was published in 2008 and is the basis for all of the technology and the currency, the digital assets. So he also created a principle and introducing new idea of a kind of digital money called Bitcoin. Every cryptocurrency since 2008 is an evolution of that idea that was put on paper. So white papers are really important. His goal was to create digital money. And it solves several problems by having digital money. If you think about banking, there's always this reconciliation. I put 10,000 in the bank, I took 5,000 out, the bank sends you something. Hey, you put in 10,000, you took out 5, now you have 5, right? It prevents all that back and forth. Everybody knows what is in there. It cannot be changed, all right? It is the ledger. So the next slide. Yeah, so the blockchain, this is just a visual representation of these transactions that are recorded in blocks. And I think the key thing is that each block contains a signature of the previous block. By that, I mean, if I was to buy Margaret's house and then I sell it to Christine, all right? Christine sees exactly what Margaret potentially bought it for, what I bought it from Margaret for, what was included. Was the refrigerator there? Was the curtains there? Was everything is in that deed, everything is in that contract, everything is in that transaction. That is going to the next person. So similar to a deed that you have today, but it's all electronic, all right, all in a contract. So the next slide. I'm just going to touch on this, but the entire paper, white paper, all of the crypto, everything that you see today in the blockchain world is based on cryptography. And it is a branch of math that lets us create mathematical proofs that provide high levels of security. So I don't need someone to authenticate that Margaret really owns the house. I have enough information that she owns the house. When I go to sell it to Christine, Christine has the data in one place to know that I have the deed to that house, et cetera. So, you know, it's, you can't, there's no way, you know, there are several, banking has been using this since about 2008 in a very small way, building into this. So the financial world that we're dealing with, if any of you use Venmo or anything like that, I mean, a lot of that stuff is basically under this sort of same cryptography. And you'll see, you're going to see a lot more. You've heard about wallets, whether they're cold wallets, hard wallets, whatever, but you're going to hear a lot more about that over the next probably several years, weeks, etc. Next slide, thank you. I'm not going to go through that because that's a little more than I need to go through, so we can skip that one. So I was going to talk about how it's going to revolutionize the entire world. I mean, my feeling is, and again, these are my opinions, but I feel like it is going to really transform everything that we do. It is looking, you know, we've talked about identity passports, the passport that says I have all my vaccines, all right, whether it was from 5 years old or whatever. Tourism. You know, transportation, logistics, look at China, look at smart cities, all of that is really essentially in this type of revolutionized blockchain environment. Financial and financial transactions are really top of the list. They're leading the charge. Healthcare, including DNA and genomic. I will talk a little bit about this in a minute, but essentially our genomic data, our DNA data is currently being used and sold not to your advantage. And I think one of the things that blockchain does is it says, hey, I own that. That's my opinion, right? I own that. And why are you, 23andMe or Ancestry.com, making millions and millions of dollars off of that? Should you be? Those are some ethical questions, right? It will transform energy. It will transform, has already transformed food services. I worked on a project a couple of years ago with IBM, with Walmart. Walmart wanted to find out, hey, how do I find out if, you know, an Ebola outbreak? How do I know? How do I find out about, you know, it took them 7 years to find out which farm, which person touched that head of lettuce. Well, today with blockchain, if I harvested that lettuce, I pull it out of the ground, it has a stamp on it, it has a QR code or could be a QR, it's mostly a QR code. That goes into a truck, that truck goes to Walmart. Walmart identifies that. There's an Ebola breakout, let's say in California. They look at the bottom of that and they say, that was Lynn who picked that. All right, so within 24 hours, they can identify where food came from, which is really important. Retail. I don't know if many of you see, I call it the one-click buy. So all of that is emerging, right? Where I see someone, you know, okay, someone who I like the way they dress, I click on it. I don't even have to go to the store to figure out where they bought it. It says, hey, you can buy this right now, one click. Give us your credit card. All of that technology is being driven by some of this as well as some of the AI stuff. And I think it's going to have a huge impact on the unbanked because in banking, it's a know your customer rule. And it's often in corporations and in retail banking, but you have to know your customer. When you get to a blockchain, it doesn't matter if you're an illegal immigrant living in the United States. If you have assets somewhere in the world, you can be banked. Right? We're seeing all these internet banks come up. So it also really talks about a lot of the value that's in every asset. So we can go to the next slide. Here's what I think it means for the medical profession. You know, there are unique pressures on the healthcare systems around the globe, as we know right now. But I think it is going to not only empower patients, as I mentioned, you know, now my DNA is valuable and I might be able to sell that. So essentially, it allows a patient to have the ability, should they choose to do it, to control their own data, to sell their own data, to own their own data, to have it in a private blockchain, to say, I'm only going to give it to someone who needs to use it because they are going to do research or whatever. It also is going to provide end-to-end innovation and synchronization across multiple parties. You know as well as I do, the medical profession, very similar to the banking profession, there's several intermediaries. You know, the private, whether it's a government agency, whether it's a private pay agency, a healthcare, whatever. There are many, many players, and it's going to create much more efficiency. I don't have to put in all this data every time you walk in the door. It's already embedded in there. Faster efficiency, reduce costs, and save time. Hopefully, it will accelerate growth, and it'll have the ability to improve transparency and accuracy. Go to the next slide. So the benefits that I think for the industry that you folks are in are that you're going to see a lot of credentializing is being seen right now. So a doctor says he's a doctor and he's got all these credentials. Those are being authenticated and verified. That's happening today in blockchain. There are also faster onboarding. So I've got your data. You have to go to the hospital. I've got your data right here. It doesn't, you know, if you've got 15 hospitals or doctors or medical providers that you've been dealing with, it may be different in the EU, but in the United States, it's a very complex web. Every time I go to the doctor, I got to give them all this information. It just pops up, right? You know, with a QR code that I could have, all my information would pop up. I would have to give permission, but that's the way it works. So it would also include payers and commercial access to workflow data, right? So payment processing, directory management, demographic data, et cetera. And I think pharma and life sciences will consent to data labeling and chain tracking. There are several companies doing this already. One is called Chronicled. They take your prescription and they say it was manufactured here, and they actually follow it all the way through to make sure that if I got a prescription, I'm not going to 5 other providers to get, you know, several of those if it was a controlled substance. But also the authentication of that, the verification of that medicine. So we're seeing it everywhere. There's a lot of companies doing it. I'm not going to talk about the next one. I'm only going to talk about the last one, which is called, I think it was earlier because I moved around, but the disruption that it's going to cause, the benefits are that it's going to avoid replication, and it will also be in real time, and it will collapse a variety of hierarchies that exist today. The challenges are that, you know, the transition costs are going to be high. So it's like going from, you know, a new platform. We all know it's very expensive. Ownership, it's going to be, you know, there's some concern there if you lose keys, and the governance is not determined yet. So there are no laws yet, right? They're being written as we speak every day, but they're not universal and they don't exist yet. So thank you. I'm happy to answer any questions. And I think we're going to move on to Katie.
Yeah, thank you very much, Lynn. As mentioned, Margaret, as you know, this is COVID-19 related. So the reason Margaret invited you in this panel is mainly to show that on the financial side, the fintech or acceleration of a transaction are required also, instead of being in the maze of the medical informatics. But as explained, we may go into the problem of keeping or not intermediaries in the financial system. That's a big question. Okay, so now we invite Katie King to give another picture of new technology, AI in business. And also please try to show how this might relate to the current crisis, COVID-19 and post-COVID-19 crisis.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you, Margaret. Can you all see my screen okay? You should be seeing my screen now, hopefully, yes? Okay, I'm assuming that's the case. Let me just stop for a moment. I didn't hear a response back there, so I'm hoping you can all see my screen, yeah? Okay, good. Let me share that again. Okay, so 10 minutes is not a lot of time to do justice to a subject as vast as artificial intelligence, but I want to try to share with you some insights in how AI is reshaping the medical world and wider industries as well, and how you can take advantage of it in an ethical way. So, my background is as a management consultant, 30 years consulting many organizations. I run a digital agency and help a lot of organizations with their exits, with their growth plans, from medical organizations to law firms to financial organizations. I'm on the editorial board of the AI and Ethics Journal, on the UK's all-party parliamentary group looking at enterprise adoption of AI, and I wrote that book, which was published in 2019, and I've just almost finished, a couple of weeks left, my second book, which will be published in about 6 months' time by Kogan Page. So what is AI and how is it reshaping society? So what I would advise you to think about is not the unhelpful term artificial intelligence, but instead, especially for the medical profession, augmented intelligence, big data insights. This is a technology that's been around 70 years. We've had all these different AI winters. We have an AI summer now because we've got cheaper processing power, and we have all of the smart data that's come about because of the digital world, smartphone technologies. And I liken what happened in 2008 in the financial crisis, and how that sped up the introduction of AI in the financial world, to what's happening now with AI in the medical world as a result of COVID. It's been bumped way up the agenda here. And so we're looking not just at big shiny robot coming and taking my jobs. That's not what we're interested in. We're interested in chatbots, predictive modeling, the use of AI in tomography, being able to look at oncology and image analysis and identifying, for example, biomarkers for early disease detection. And obviously, we're all benefiting now from the ability for AI to speed up the vaccine discovery to a year compared to many, many years longer historically. So we've got all these different forms of AI that are not just shaping the world of what doctors and other medical practitioners are doing, but also in, like I say, in the world of teaching, in the legal world, and others too. And one of the big areas is the mining of the primary care records in the medical world, so that we can really revolutionize some of the work that happens in quite slow moving diseases like Parkinson's and dementia and so on. So, personally, I'm feeling very thankful that AI has been able to make a difference, to that. And if we look at the investment in AI in the healthcare environment, we can see the steady rise during the pandemic, and this is looking at it in billions of dollars here. So $2 billion investment in Q1 of 2021 compared to around about half that in Q2 of 2018, and this is sourced from the Financial Times through CB Insights. So certainly in our world, it's there. And even if we think about job functions in every world, if we think of the work that medical practitioners have to do, of course, there's the operational aspects to that. But we all have job functions. We all, particularly in the private side of things, there's marketing to be done. There's manual administrative work and finance and other job functions. So it's as relevant what I'm about to share with you as far as other job functions and business sectors to the medical world too. Where's the investment going? Certainly it started in the tech world, the highest percentage there, and in financial services, but it's moving quickly and healthcare is catching up with that, as I mentioned. But every sector of industry is starting to look, and I think a main takeaway from this is that you can no longer afford to ignore AI the way you were able to do so a few years ago. So if you're looking at the marketing of your private practice, for example, or you're an NHS trust, or you're a law firm, insurance firm, construction company, here's some ways that the outcomes that AI is having in the way that you do your marketing. It's about revenue growth. It's personalized everything, personalized marketing and sales, personalized healthcare eventually when we get smart healthcare. And that's because we can make huge analysis and insights based on the data that becomes available to us. We can shorten sales pipelines. We can no longer be very homogeneous in the way that we treat customers and clients, patients. We can get very granular about them and therefore much, much more accurate. So how is it being used? For what particular activities? Improving customer service is one of the biggest. The ability to get big insights about our customers, the ability to interact with them and make it very personalized in a face-to-face scenario, but also in a digital way as well. And there's that back office aspect to it. What the bank can do, detection of fraud for anomalies, for example, if somebody's trying to use your credit card and it's behavior that you haven't previously demonstrated. This is quite a telling slide. If we look back to 2018, big percentage of the work there was human with a smaller percentage machine. And now we look ahead only 4 years and we're seeing an almost equal split of the automation of tasks. So not big shiny robot coming and trying to take over the work in a surgery, in a operating theatre, or in the administration in a medical environment, but new tools, new processes, new ways of doing that work. The 3 Ds, the dirty, dull, and dangerous, is what I refer to typically. How can you get prepared? Who are some of the major vendors? So what we're looking at here really is thinking about the organizational imperatives. This is coming from McKinsey. We need data-rich tech platforms. We need to flatten our organizational structures. We need to turbocharge decision-making. That's really important in the medical world, as it is in education. And think of talent, as a scarcer commodity than capital, for example. So many aspects to this that I think are really important. We are here talking about IBM Watson, Google, we're talking about Adobe Sensei, and many others, Amazon Web Services and so on, IBM Watson. They are the big vendors, but in the world of marketing, in the world of the medical world and the law and sales and other business functions as well as sectors, what you're seeing here are hundreds and thousands of these tech disruptors who are changing the nature of the kind of work we do. So it doesn't mean we have to spend hundreds of thousands of pounds. It might mean that we use a bit of AI software through a tool to automate some of the work that we do. And that makes it very accessible to a smaller organization as it does to a major vendor. But of course, you've got to do your due diligence on some of these organizations. I wanted to share this with you because of all of the analysis I did in my first book. I translated that into this scorecard for success. You give yourself a score of 0 to 5 out of these 10 categories, and you're therefore able to get a score of maximum of 50. 35 to 50, you're transitioning. Below 20, you're still traditional, and I guess a lot of you will maybe be in the middle there where you're transitioning. And the keys here, I won't go through every bullet point in the interest of time, but we need the right mindset. We need the buy-in, number 2, from the board or the management team. We need to be strategic about our usage and do a business case. 4, proof of concept, experimentation. 5, we've got to collaborate across multiple different departments. We need to buy in or hire or have a hybrid or reskill people who have this talent. There are innovation funds available there. This has a big impact on your culture and your ability to innovate. And Lynn touched on some of the big macro issues there of consent and privacy, explainability. I'm thinking here GDPR and wider regulations. And so the bigger, wider impact is absolutely crucial. And 10, we need that roadmap. We need to be considering how we take this forward for the benefit of our organizations. So that's just a flavor, a whistle-stop tour, if you like, of how AI is shaping our world, how it could impact you in the medical profession, and how some other industries have taken advantage of it. I hope that's useful. After Kristen, I'll join Lynn and we'll take some of your questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kathy. That was great introduction to AI in business. I see that it has been already used a lot in medicine, as you know, for improving diagnostic. And as a professor in education of master's students, I wonder, but we can talk afterwards, if you think the reskilling, it's possible to have this skill as in primary education or later, because you need to know about the organization. Anyway, we move now to I invite Christine Franker from Massachusetts School of Law, and to discuss also the legal issues of this new technology and very disruptive for business and possibly medicine. Thank you.
Good afternoon from Boston, Massachusetts. Thank you, Katie and Lynn. Your presentations were very instructive and fascinating and are a fantastic segue into the ever-changing world of real estate. Thank you, Margaret, for inviting me to present at the conference. My name is Kristen Franker, and I'm happy to be part of this conference to share some thoughts on how technology has revolutionized how we present our brand and how we reach prospective clients. The pandemic has forced the acceleration of innovation and how we as real estate advisors navigate the marketplace. Today, I'd like to share a few thoughts on where we've come and show some concrete examples of these innovations and how they've raised the bar with respect to how to attract today's increasingly sophisticated client base. Just a brief introduction to my background. As a participant in the real estate space for over 16 years, I have had to adapt and change my approach in all areas of my business, in the areas of marketing, promotion, and leveraging of evolving technology as an advisor to buyers and sellers across the Massachusetts market. Prior to entering this career, I worked for 3 Fortune 500 companies, Gillette, Coca-Cola, and Philip Morris companies in various marketing roles. I have brought the sales and marketing business acumen from the consumer product space to the real estate industry. Technology has evolved the way most businesses are transacted, and there's no doubt that real estate has benefited from improved efficiencies from how we go to market, how we connect with clients around the world, and we do this in a very streamlined way. Do you remember looking at newspaper ads for hours on end trying to find the home of your dreams, scouring multiple listing services postings that gave less than a complete picture of a prospective property's amenities or any surrounding location? You are ready to make the biggest investment of your life based on imperfect information while needlessly wasting hours and days in the process. I'm sure we can all relate to that. Well, the pace of innovation has accelerated rapidly, making the entire buying process and selling process much more dynamic and efficient. For the remainder of the discussion, I'd like to highlight just a few examples of these innovations and how I've leveraged them in my business. Well, as you can see here, welcome to today's world of innovation and technology breakthroughs, now available to the real estate community to present ourselves and our offerings in a new and interactive manner. And without getting into each and every one, there's definitely still room to leverage traditional print media to present our messaging. We now use virtual tours, social media, mobile applications, and webinars. We are able to e-sign critical documents and contracts. And we've also enhanced data mining capabilities that enable the execution of some comprehensive data driven CMAs, comparative market analyses, with just a few mouse clicks. Some of the ways that have allowed us to continue to connect with clients during the challenges of the past year have been through the utilization of tools like Matterport that allows clients from all over the world to walk through a home virtually right on their computer in their house. Matterport provides access to a network of photographers that have been vetted and trained by Matterport to be able to provide a 3D home property tour. Whether in the real world or the digital world, real estate is constantly evolving. And during this past year, we've been continuously developing new technologies, new system components, and new business models. I've learned a great deal during the months of lockdown about the opportunities that remote working brings and about the virtual delivery of client services. Despite the advanced technology, I've also realized how important it is to remain close and maintain that human connection with my client base. I would like now to share a brief demo of a Matterport capability to demonstrate how this medium enables content to practically jump out of the screen.
I
don't know if they can hear it.
Homes, offices, factories, shops, museums, schools, you name it. Scans are captured from any compatible camera, including the phone in your pocket. This recent innovation is only possible because of Matterport's huge data library. And behind it all is Cortex, our powerful AI and deep learning neural network that automatically stitches together images to construct dimensionally accurate 3D models. Once a digital twin is created, it can be customized with matter tags, labels, and guided tours, and easily shared with anyone on any device. They can virtually view, collaborate, and engage with 3D spaces. Thousands of companies in over 150 countries use Matterport and have realized unparalleled value. Millions of spaces of every kind have been captured, comprising billions of square feet and 3D data points, resulting in the largest spatial data library in the world. And it gets bigger every day, allowing customers across the property lifecycle to unlock unprecedented spatial data insights and analytics. Matterport has been digitizing the built world for a decade. Now, we're massively scaling towards achieving our mission of making every building and every space more valuable and accessible.
Another way that we're adapting to the current situation and connecting with clients all over the world is to have live streams of walking through a home, describing the home to clients all over the world. In a matter of minutes, the live open house produced 237 views and comments were coming in as I was doing the open house, widening the pool of potential buyers exponentially. This capability also served as an indirect solicitation to potential clients as they became familiar with how I market my listings. Social media has a huge presence on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, Pinterest, and Instagram. Email campaigns are sent out on a continuous basis to connect with clients. Global magazines are Toolkit, CMA, Comparative Market Analysis for different properties, and real estate mobile apps to see what inventory is available real time on the market. I am now thrilled to share a real life example of how I leverage these capabilities to promote one of my exclusive luxury properties that delivered an incredible outcome for both buyer and seller.
Hello? For the interest of time, I just would like to get back to the influence and the effects of the epidemic on the way you conduct the business. So this is what we would like to mention. It's very important it's very important to emphasize that all these techniques that you have right now an opportunity to use in your work were enhanced and encouraged, and were the a response to the situation, to the pandemic situation. So if you could emphasize, which of these methods were used as a result of the pandemic.
Nate, what happened?
So, yeah.
So, Margaret, can you hear me?
So,
Margaret?
I wonder if you heard our question.
What happened, Nate? Margaret?
Christine? I wonder if you heard the question.
Oh, my presentation wasn't done, I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. That's okay. For the interest of time, I just wanted to get to the conclusion.
Oh, okay.
And can you hear me right now?
I can, yes, now I can.
Okay, so for the interest of time, I just wanted to get to the conclusion and emphasize that all these techniques that you guys developed in the process of adjusting to the situation caused by the pandemic have general application, can be used in other industries, and emphasize the changes caused by the situation of the pandemic in general, and also that applies to, it's one of the consequences. So we can't go into any further into other examples. So right now I would like to move and ask Lynn and Katie to see if there are any questions from the audience.
It's important to focus on the topic, which is quality of medicine here. So that's why we have to shorten what is not especially relevant. And in relation with this topic, I was wondering, one of the key hurdles of what you propose as costing down transactions and all this new technology is the fact that payer systems are totally embedded in in taxing. In Europe, it's the treasuries, which are the whole financial European bank system contribute, especially now with all the debts. So you are challenging the fact that healthcare systems are heavily publicly funded and have to deal with the debts and the cost of healthcare. And I understand that billing, processing information, transaction may be shortened. The software developer that help the payers, public or private, are totally different than from the life science biotech world. And we need to, I think you might have a critical role in interoperability mechanisms.
I did not touch too much on interoperability, but I mean, that is part of the problem when you have a financial transaction and then you have some data. So, every transaction is really more than one transaction. There's the money, the exchange of value, whatever that might be, digital asset or a currency, dollars, euros, whatever. But then there's the information. I'm paying you because you're doing my PCR test or whatever, okay? All of that data needs to be maintained and locked down in a chain. So I had a PCR test today because, go traveling. And in order for me, if I go to another country, I'm going to have another test. Obviously, with COVID, it's a little unique because you have to, every few days, I may have been exposed to something. But in a normal transaction, what you don't want to do is replicate all the data. If I was buying a house, you don't want to have all that data replicated. All you want to know is, what did I change? In my example, if I bought Margaret's house, did you add on a room? Did you did you cut the land in half so that you could have a parking spot or sell to somebody else? So it is having all of those transactions in one chain, and it removes the middleman, and it removes the middleman in many transactions. So if you want to buy stock or something like that, when you go to do that transaction, there is an enormous time delay. So if you want to buy, say, Apple stock, here you're going to have exchange from your currency to dollars. You exchange the dollars, the banks or your financial institution goes to something called DTCC in the United States, a humongous database that says, oh, okay, Christine is going to buy a share of Apple stock. That transaction today takes about 2 to 3 days, and there is a ability to recall that and say, oops, you didn't buy it. All of that gets in a blockchain environment and is instantaneous. It's a peer-to-peer network. So essentially, your transaction with somebody like Apple, it is an immediate, transmutable or immutable transaction with a bunch of data that provides transparency. It also has a lot of ability to authenticate, because I can go out on this in a blockchain world and I could see what Margaret paid for that house. All right, that might be a public network, just like our deed is today, right? Okay, so anyway, hope that helps.
I have to limit you with the time because we are running out of time for the coffee break. So I'm sorry. I let Margaret
because this what you presented right now with blockchain applies definitely to the patient records. So exactly what you presented in this example illustrated by the real estate transaction, buying her house, this information about the patient can be also included, or the whole technology can be applied in storing and transferring patient records. And this is, first of all, it's a very interesting progress and development in the history of dealing with patient records. And what we would like to emphasize that the acceleration of this process was because of the pandemic. So this is the connection that we would like to show, and whether any kind of business was affected obviously by the situation we are dealing with right now. And all businesses, these are the businesses or fields of human activity we can learn from in this specific situation. Before, 2 years ago, we didn't have to worry about this too much. We are not motivated and we are not inspired by progress and achievements in other fields of economy and human activity. So this was the main message for us from this panel, that we can learn from other professions and from other fields and apply in a very creative way to the benefit of the healthcare providers and patients and the entire healthcare systems. So at this point, we would like to conclude this panel. We have a very short break and we'll be going on to the next panel on music therapy. Thank you so much. Last panel, which is again a reward for your patience and commitment. This will be about music. As yesterday last panel was about movies, so we have the artistic accent at the end of the day, and we'll hear from Joanna Burrow, or Joanna Burrow, who is a music therapist at Boston Children's Hospital, which is a teaching hospital of Harvard Medical School. And this hospital introduced evidence-based therapy related to music. We have actually recently published a book by the Boston Children's Hospital giving the basis, the scientific basis of this type of intervention. So Joanna has been there for quite a while, being very successful in providing this type of services to patients, not only children, but also to families, parents, and other family members. And she will specifically tell us how they deal, how it works in general, what she does, and also how they've been dealing with the situation created by the pandemic. As you can imagine, it's very difficult to sing and play guitar when you have to have two masks and a face shield all the time while interacting with patients. Now, we also have Isabella Pittman on our team and this panel, and I wanted to introduce Isabella, who is the youngest speaker in our group, and we did it specifically to show the intergenerational collaboration that it's relevant to improving quality of care. Isabella is 18 years old. She's already a student at Endicott College, and she is planning to be a physician. She's also a very talented musician and singer, and she speaks Polish, although she was born in the United States, and her father is American, but her mother is Polish, and she speaks Polish like one of us. But right now she'll be speaking English because the conference is in English, and after Joanna presents, we'll ask Isabella to share with us her impressions and her thoughts and something about herself. Thank you so much. Joanna?
Good afternoon. As Margaret mentioned, my name is Joanna Burrow. I am really honored and humbled by being invited to speak on music therapy and the interprofessional collaboration in improving quality of care in the time of pandemic. It really, this title resembles the last year of my work and work of my colleagues. I am a clinician first and a speaker second. So I hope you understand my presentation and enjoy it as well. So if I could ask for the second slide. I was born in Poland. I studied in University of Warmia and Mazury in Olsztyn on the track of music education and pedagogy. And I majored at Berkeley in music therapy. Later started working at Boston Children's Hospital as a clinical instructor for students from Boston Children's Hospital, from Berklee College of Music, from Lesley University, and universities surrounding and from a surrounding area. I've been at Boston Children's Hospital for 20 years. We've built a program from 2 music therapists, each 2 and 4 hours at first for 5 years. And slowly that program grew to 6 music therapists full-time, hired by Boston Children's Hospital that combines 240 hours of full-time music therapists. We work with 700 patients in the hospital in all areas of the hospital, ICUs, outpatient areas, clinics that are affiliated with the hospital. And I wanted to go to the next slide. My inspiration to study music therapy was my twin brother, who passed away when he was 15, but was born with severe global delays, cerebral palsy, and inability to study, to work, to live a high quality of life, was not able to walk or speak fluently. However, we're a musical family, and all of us studied music with my other brothers and sisters and parents who were very musical. And in music, I saw how his inability to walk transformed to ability to dance in his own way, but also his speech when singing was uninterrupted, and the joy of living was had a higher quality of life. So when I define music therapy, as per book, is the clinical and evidence-based use of music interventions to accomplish individualized and non-musical goals. That means that when I do play music in the hospital for a patient who has been who experienced a stroke, as you will see in the next video, I will be working on evidence-based goals. So with physical therapists, with occupational therapists, speech pathologists, we're trying to recompensate and work on rehabilitation goals to challenge this disability and place the instruments on the challenging side and stand at the bedside where patient is forced to turn a certain way and interact vocally or physically, playing the instruments and engage in music in whatever way, and as basic as it can be for kids who are very ill and unable to vocalize, or slowly getting back and working on walking, working on singing, on various developmental goals that are set for each patient. And so also at Boston Children's Hospital, we practice a family-centered care. When we see a patient in the room, there's also a family often present, and which has been challenged with the pandemic, which I'll explain later. But the whole family becomes our patient, and normalizing their experience and empowering them with the daily activity of being able to sing together and play elevates their ability to do the next thing, the next therapy, to go through the next intervention, whatever it may be, but also for the parents to go back home and see their child recovering. And so if we can go to the video, that will also explain a little bit more.
I like to shake it, shake it, shake it in the morning time. Shake it, shake it, shake it way up high. I like to shake it, shake it, shake it, shake it in the morning time.
Through the music therapy program at Boston Children's Hospital, patients and families work with our clinically trained staff of music therapists on a variety of different goals and objectives. When a child engages in music, they are often changed by music. Music therapy can create space to grow provide an opportunity to communicate without using words, or be the difference between isolation and connection.
Boaz loves music, and he always has. And after he had his stroke, a lot of his emotion went away. And so when they came and started playing music with him, he started smiling more and more and being happier. It's been great for him and for me.
Want my stuffing tambourine, or do you want the big tambourine?
These interventions can improve motor, speech, and cognitive development or rehabilitation.
Way up high in the apple tree, 3 little apples smiled at me, so I shook that tree. You can do it. That was very nice. As hard as I could. Do more. Yeah, that's good. You're holding it. Can you pull? Pull. Good job. Oh, way up high in the apple tree. 2 little apples smiled at me. He shook that tree as hard as he could. Good job.
Music therapy at Boston Children's Hospital can promote coping skills, empowering patients and their families.
Good job. Oh, mommy's gonna try. Mommy's gonna try guitar solo now.
Music as a therapeutic medium can offer support during all phases of treatment.
This song is called Friend.
The music therapy program at Boston Children's Hospital building healthy connections through music.
I'm appreciative of the hospital for allowing this type of therapy for kids. I know for him it has made a huge difference.
And so you can see that we collaborate with many professionals. We are implemented into a hospital's multidisciplinary teams. I go to rounds just like doctors go to rounds, and I get medical information through the rounds, and I also document my progress doing music therapy to the power chart, which is the official power charting system at Children's Hospital. And that team includes everyone, social workers, chaplains, every specialty, and family also. During pandemic, we're very challenged by how we're going to be able to provide music to patients directly, given all the restrictions. So we went to a half hybrid mode where we would come to the hospital and work separately with patients virtually. We established telehealth services for early intervention program that's accessible care, early intervention, where we go normally. One of the therapists goes to homes where patients are met. But during pandemic, we didn't have the drive. So there are other families that we're able to reach that normally were not under music therapy care. So we offered staff support through relaxation weekly services, where one of the music therapists, psychologists, and doctors would be available online on Zoom. I took part in chaplaincy meditation and was able to assist staff of the hospital who could Zoom in at any time. And then educational trainings continued. The educational trainings continued for our students via Zoom. They're able to walk with their supervisor behind the mics. Is that better? Doesn't seem like it's working. It's not, it's on, yes, okay. So educational trainings continued for the music therapy students, and they were able to be on Zoom, not in person, and also intern, which was able to come in halfway through her year of training and train with us in person. We can go to the next slide. We developed a quality improvement survey, which our colleagues at work were able to fill out, and the findings were encouraging that many patients were able to assist virtually through the technology, and the results were encouraging. At the same time, we acknowledge that doing music in person is invaluable. And so we will extend our services through post-pandemic to early intervention services, because that is really at least where we can assess the patient and make connection, the first connection, and then maybe continue in person. And so the survey also showed where music was accessed for, and that was coping, diagnosis and hospitalization, developmental support, psychosocial supports. It's only 1% end of life, but we've been attending end of life quite a bit, especially in emergency situations. We're able to record patients' heartbeat and give it to the parents, especially in infants cases where parents don't have a chance to hold the child, see them smile, see them much, but they're able to walk out with their heartbeat recording. We can go to the next. Although the quality you can measure with numbers and statistics, this is a letter of one of our long-term patient mother, who expressed in her letter that she did not expect her daughter to receive music therapy, physical therapy when she came to the hospital for a long stay, but was able actually connect virtually and was seen by us 3 times a week. And that definitely brought her quality of life and interaction, because there's nothing else during pandemic that was available for children and for families. And if we can go to the next slide. This is an example of, if we don't have time, we don't have to play this. But this is an example of virtual session that my colleague Mark Fuller. You can watch it sideways.
That's right, all through the town. Here's some good Cora. You're welcome. All right, we're gonna get the wipers next, okay? We're gonna bring our hands and go swish, swish, swish. Can you take your hands and go swish, swish, swish? That's right.
You can go to the next slide. So as you see that it is effective, then the kids respond. We adopted also in the communication where we wear special masks. Hospital invested into special masks that you can see the lips, you can see the facial expressions, and through that you can better assist children in development, which speech pathologists are alarmed by how difficult it will be for children to develop their speech and their vocalizations and those skills who are essential. And we can go to the next one. This is an example of family from cardiac ICU. I was able to gather half of the family downstairs in the Hale Center for Families, a special place where families touch base and come in, rent a room, and set up a session, music therapy session, with an older sibling who has never met her sister. and interact through screen. You can go to the next one. And here is little Hannah talking to her sister Evie. Her dad is in the room upstairs and mom and grandparents are downstairs. And she's not able to go upstairs and meet her sister. And the last one, I think. And thank you so much. I hope you've enjoyed it. I hope you can promote the creative ways to help children, your patients, and include your hospitals in creating this kind of environment for your patients and staff.
Thank you very much, Joanna. I know, just to follow up on your last statement, that we are already talking about connecting with hospitals in Poland to develop collaboration and similar programs in Kraków and Lublin and maybe in other cities in Poland as well. I wanted just to mention the connection between the last session yesterday we had about making movies about your own work. And I remember that at Children's Hospital, there are therapists, music therapists and language therapists and other professionals who also made movies about their work. And also patients were asked to make movies about short documentaries about their experience, about how they dealt with their trauma of being sick, getting a devastating diagnosis, and so on. First of all, I wanted to thank you so much for this touching presentation. And I think it's very important for us to include this in the field of quality improvement or in improvement of care, because it's not that well known, but the results are amazing. And what we hear from patients and families, it's so important. And I just wanted to ask you to tell us more about your struggle during the COVID, when you had to go to the hospital and sing and play guitar with all this additional PPE, professional protective equipment. Tell us more about your personal experience with dealing with this situation.
once we had the equipment, it was good. The biggest struggle then became to connect with the family member, only one allowed, who was available to hold the iPad. Hospital invested in iPads and technologies and the special codes that could be safe for us to enter into a meeting with the patient. And so once that was figured out, we're quite smooth. And then the rest was just sweat. You just had to sweat it out and sing it. It was difficult, and it still is, because we're still singing through the masks, and per hospital's last update, I think another year we'll be singing in the masks. But we have other adaptive equipment like the clear masks that make it a little bit easier.
Yeah, these clear masks would be very helpful in everyday interaction. When we interact with each other, you can see our smiles. Are there any questions from the audience at this point to Joanna?
Yes, it's a quick question concerning, did you see during COVID-19, because I see here the children, I know from my nephews and nieces, they noticed that they were less energetic, especially below 1 year old, more apathic. And did you notice
Are you asking about the kids who had COVID?
Yes. Not automatically with COVID, but because the lockdown, the confinement, I know it's beyond what you do, but I think your music therapy might help beyond also the hospital.
So no, kids' energy was the same. Kids were running everywhere. We had no volunteers, no staff, only one parent, and nursing staff was also very limited, and they were locked in the room. They could not walk on the hallways. They could not do anything. It was very limiting. And it seemed like a cell. So their energy depended on how they were feeling that day, but normally they were kids and they needed interactions.
Any more questions right now from the audience? Sure.
First time then I have a question, not really question. I was told to you and the audience that I have experience with music therapist. We sang yesterday and I should tell them it was really, really, really amazing experience for me personally because from 10 years I didn't sing. And with with Joanna, I really feel something very strong spiritually in my heart. And it was first time then with this presentation was short but very very essentially for I think our understanding of the problem. I understood how helpful can be the song and how helpful can be the music in the hospital. And I think then we can be very rich grace this experience. And I think we have the same situation in Polish hospitals. I wish for all Polish kids to have the same example. And maybe it's not really a question, but big thank you.
Thank you, thank you. I encourage everyone to sing every day, at least once.
Thank you very much. Yes, it's true. We had our own music therapy session last night, and it was outside of the building, so we didn't break any rules. Now I would like to introduce and explain the presence of a very young person here. We hear about, first of all, Isabella is a musician in her own right. But second, we hear about young people dealing with COVID, lockdown, all the limitations. And I would like to ask her from her own experience, how you and your peers deal with this issue. And is there any way that you could do it better, or maybe exactly singing or playing music is helpful? I know you are a member of a choir, Boston Children's Choir. I don't believe you had a chance to practice with your colleagues at the choir. So tell us more about the young person, teenagers, young people experience at the time of COVID. Thank you.
Yes, of course. I actually wrote a short summary regarding this on my thoughts and perspective during the pandemic as a student in the US and a member of the Boston Children's Chorus. First off, I wanted to thank you for the opportunity to be in Paris. It is an absolute dream of mine that has been fulfilled, and I am beyond grateful to be here among so many intellectual individuals who I see as true role models that I have so much to learn from, and I look up to all of you. I'm a recent high school graduate who will be studying psychology in the fall at Endicott College in Beverly, Massachusetts. Being a young adult in the time of a pandemic has been a challenge. In a time where my peers and I are just beginning to understand ourselves more and what we want to pursue in the future, the restrictions following the pandemic held us back from broadening our horizons in the way we intended to, leaving many of us uncertain of furthering our education or even committing to our passions. It's so easy to give up when everything seems so far away, and COVID made everything feel untouchable. However, we learned to embrace change. For me, it was continuing my love for music, more specifically in a choral setting. How can a group of 30 kids come together and sing during such a time of uncertainty? It seemed impossible to me. I gave up hope of anything happening, but I had to remind myself to not be afraid of failure, but to be afraid of not trying. Sure enough, the resilience of so many made it possible for us to continue our choir through Zoom rehearsals, video and voice recordings in our separate recording studios, and eventually singing together again as a group outside. The power of music is indescribable, an international language of rhythm, movement, and emotions that touch each person uniquely. COVID didn't take that away from me. I took it away from myself. My doubt stole my passion. My fear of failure stole my drive. When I finally made the decision to no longer hold on to those thoughts, my passions only grew stronger and my understanding of music deepened. Music is a coping tool, an escape from all the noise around us. If only I knew sooner that choosing not to decide is deciding not to. We must always choose to decide, for the decisions we make are the first steps to our future. And it is clear to me that through the decisions and collaborations of many, we have been able to successfully overcome and adapt to several challenges presented to us by the pandemic. In the simple words of Helen Keller, alone we can do so little, together we can do so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Isabella. Thank you for the kind words and your appreciation for us, but also I wanted to tell you that you are an inspiration for us. You rebuild the faith in the new young generations. Thank you so much. And I think it's a good and fitting moment to conclude our meeting, our conference with an artistic touch. We can sing and gather together later, but I wanted to thank all the speakers, the ones who are present here and everybody who was online. It wasn't an easy task, but first of all, I want to thank the team of Polish Academy of Sciences Center in Paris. They are absolutely amazingly good at what they do. This is the first time they did a hybrid format presentation. We had to really convince them that we can do it and pull it off. Of course, without them, it would never happen. So thank you so much from the bottom of our hearts. I think that I speak on behalf of all of us. And I hope we can continue our efforts, since this is already a third meeting. They will be only growing and getting bigger and better every year. But first of all, I wanted to ask right now Dr. Magdalena Sajdak to speak on behalf of the team and conclude this meeting in a formal and very professional way. Thank you so much, Magda.
Thank you, Margaret. So just as Margaret said, thank you very much to all the speakers who have joined us both in person and online. It has been a huge effort for some, I imagine. We know that many of you have traveled a long distance, so thank you for coming. This has been quite interesting and inspirational for us as well, because this has been a meeting where we had the opportunity to really see interdisciplinary cooperation and intergenerational cooperation as well. So this has been a great event from this point of view. We're very interested, especially in multidisciplinary sciences here. So this has been a great example of that. This is also the moment, I think, to thank Margaret and Christine. So Margaret Halupowski and Christine Houtin, which were the biggest drivers to really make this conference happen. They have contributed a lot of work and a lot of time during the last months. So a huge thank you to both of you. And I would also like to thank our official co-organizer, MEDIC, our sponsor, which is the Kościuszko Foundation, which made it possible for many of our speakers to join the conference in person. And I would also like to thank our partner, FNEJ, which has distributed the information throughout their networks. And in the very end, I would also like to thank the team, because behind the scene, many of us have been working, and all of my colleagues deserve also a huge thank you to make this event happen. So I guess we're coming to an end. Thank you very much for joining us, both online, because we assume there are still some of you listening to us. So thank you very much for being with us, also in person and throughout the internet. And we hope that you have a nice stay in Paris. Still a little bit time left to the end of the day. So we hope you have a nice evening and enjoy, yes, the location, which is quite good. So we hope you have a nice evening and enjoy Paris. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.